All right. Good morning. Welcome to the Joint Standing Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. This committee is assembled electronically today for the purposes of inviting public comment on legislation. Before we get started, I want to share some information related to the fact that this meeting is being conducted using an electronic format. This meeting is currently being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. This means that anyone who is a participant in the meeting via Zoom can be seen and also heard if your microphone is unmuted. People in the Zoom meeting waiting to testify cannot be seen or heard until they are called upon to speak. This meeting will be recorded and available on the committee's YouTube channel soon after the meeting has concluded. Just checking everyone's squares. We seem to be good. And the attendee list, can you please make sure that the name shown is the same name that you registered to testify so that we are able to accurately move people into the panelist area with us. If you're not sure how to do that, in the top right-hand corner, there's a little blue box. Click there and you can rename yourself. And also for attendees, when you get called up to testify, if you have not done this yet, you will go into a little bit of limbo for a few seconds. It'll seem like you're getting kicked out, but I promise we're not. We're just bringing you in, and it'll only take a minute to bring you back in.
Representative Roberts, I just got a notice that just to let you and Senator Curry know that the person doing LD 992 is only going to be available until 10 because they have a conflict. I don't know if you can put them first or not, but that's just just to let you know.
Okay. Yeah, we can do that.
All right.
At this time, I would like to have everyone go around and introduce themselves.
Good morning. My name is Valley Geiger. I'm the representative for District 93, Rockland and Owl's Head.
Good morning. I'm John Andrews. I represent District 73 in Western Maine, Buckfield, Hebron, and Paris.
Good morning, everyone. Sarah Pebworth. I represent House District 133, the Blue Hill Peninsula.
Oh, you're unmuted somewhere.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. My name is Amanda Collimore. I represent House District 106, Pittsfield, Clinton, and Detroit. And if I cut out, I apologize. My computer keeps trying to restart on me for updates.
And I'm Senator Scott Searway, and I represent District 16, which covers Waterville, Winslow, Fairfield, Benton, Albion, Clinton, and Unity Township.
Good morning, Representative Jack Ducharme, representing House District 111, Madison, Norwich Walk, and Solon.
Good morning, folks. I'm Representative Sue Austin. I hail to you from my hometown of Gray, which I represent about 3/4 of, and then I have portions of Raymond, Casco, and I have the wonderful privilege of representing Fry Island in Big Sebago Lake. Thank you.
Representative Tavis Hassenfuss, representing House District 81, which is Winthrop, Reedfield, and part of Monmouth.
Representative Kyle Bailey, House District 27, representing part of Gorham and a small part of North Scarborough.
You have Representative Bernard? No? Okay. I am Representative Tiffany Roberts. Good morning. I'm your House Chair, representing House District 6, which is the majority of North Berwick and South Berwick.
And good morning. I'm Senator Chip Curry, and I represent Senate District 11, which includes the 26 rural, coastal, and island communities of Waldo County. And I would like to apologize in advance. I'm battling competing requirements this morning, so I will be checking out a little bit, and then I will be back.
And I'd also like to introduce our committee clerk, Ms. Jody Breton, and our analyst, Ms. Rachel Olson. Now, while this may seem like we've been doing this for a while, just reminding everyone that this is still new. We may still have glitches, so just have some patience with us and we will get through it. And just a reminder on the chat function should be used for technical issues only, either to the chairs or to Ms. Breton, and should not be used for any substantive discussion. Let's see. We will take bills a little bit out of order per request. All questions, persons testifying will be made through the chair. We will do for, against, and then neither for nor against. When you're called on, if you could state your name and your place of residence, that would be helpful. And after you've submitted your testimony, if you could exit the Zoom chat and you can continue to watch on YouTube as well. You'll have 3 minutes to give your testimony. Do I have a volunteer to time? Thank you, Representative Pepworth. So Representative Pepworth will give you a heads up if your 3 minutes is past. Or okay, so Senator Seery, you said 992. Okay, so I will now open the hearing on LD 992, an act to prevent the denial or revocation of a professional or business license for a violation not related to that profession or business, presented by Representative Newman. And Ms. Breton, if you could, oh, and there he is. Good morning, Representative. You are on mute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My computer had to rebuffer to get me over into your meeting. Good morning, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Achievement, and Business. My name's Dan Newman. I'm the representative, House District 76, which is Belgrade, Rome, Vienna, Mount Vernon, Fayette, and Wayne. I'm here to present and support my bill of LD 992, an act to prevent the denial or revocation of a professional business license or revocation for a violation not related to the profession or the business. This bill is important to me for a couple of reasons. First is I received numerous complaints from citizens around the state when the licensing board sent out notices to all license holders stating that if the board received a complaint that the license holder was not adhering to COVID protocols, even on their personal time, that if they received a complaint, they could or may revoke that license. Many of the citizens are furious the state would threaten to revoke a license if they didn't do, something that had nothing to do with the performance of their professional duties under the requirements of the license. Second, I feel there are no restrictions on revocation other than, sorry. I feel if there are no restrictions on revocations, then the state or a municipality could revoke a license for personal tax disputes, failure to pay parking tickets that are in dispute, or even a particular company or class of individual doing work on a particular project that they don't care for. It would be like having the penalty for jaywalking being the loss of a driver's license. The revocation of a license needs to be focused on the loss on things such as the loss of an electrical license because of an electrical code violation. Removing somebody's ability to earn a living for something unrelated to that profession is wrong. And I ask you to join me in supporting this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Andrews.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So basically, this bill would seek to prevent punitive action for violations that are not related to business practices. Basically, you wouldn't be able to be punished outside the scope of your business actions and operations.
Correct. I mean, if you've got a license and you're a plumber and you have a plumbing violation, you're brought before the plumbing board, they can revoke your license. But you pay for that license, you have to renew that license and pay a fee. You shouldn't have the idea of somebody being able to pull that license for something that has nothing to do with what you're doing with that license.
It prevents punitive action by the government. I think it's a good bill.
Okay, the chair would ask members to keep our questions to clarifying questions and not move into work session type comments. Thank you. Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Representative.
Thank you. I've got to go out on an emergency for my real job. That's why I needed to move ahead.
Not a problem.
Right, thank you.
Ms. Brennan, I do not have anyone else for. If we could have, I know Representative Hutchins' hand still up. If there is anyone else for this bill in the attendee list, if they could raise their hand. Otherwise, we will move to the against. Okay.
I have nobody signed up for on this.
Okay. Representative Austin?
Yes, Madam Chair, could you repeat what you said? Because I just received an email that someone was looking for Representative Herman. So what did you say about his bill? I'm sorry, I didn't catch it. Did you just say you were going to kill a bill?
No.
Oh, can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I was just saying I don't have anyone else signed up to testify for the bill.
Oh,
So I wanted to make sure no one in the attendees was looking to do so.
oh, for this bill?
Yes.
Okay. I was just jumping in. Oh, dear Lord. I need a break, I guess. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Okay, moving forward, Ms. Brennan, if you could move in Mr. Goldberg and Mr. London. We'll hear Mr. Goldberg first, please. Good morning, Mr. Goldberg.
Good morning.
The floor is yours.
Thanks. Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and members of the Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business Committee. My name is Neil Goldberg, and I am providing testimony in opposition of LD 992 on behalf of MMA's Legislative Policy Committee. The association is opposed to this bill, mostly because as written, it's uncertain what local control municipalities might lose. 992 raises concern that additional home rule powers might be lost through this process while we identify statutes that provide for the denial or revocation of business license for these violations that are unrelated to the conduct of business. MMA staff are also curious as to the extent to which municipalities are currently denying or revoking business license for violations of these such. And so we worry that statutes vital to municipal licensing authority or really any home rule power are at risk of repeal if this bill is enacted. Municipal officials obviously don't condone unlawful license denial or revocation and might even support legislation that from the onset really clearly delineates which statutes are going to be in conflict with the protections that this bill is trying to give businesses. Additionally, municipalities have good reason to retain local control over their licensing authority, as it's their primary method of ensuring businesses are operating safely and in a manner consistent with local ordinances. They lean on this licensing authority to protect their communities, and any limitation of this power reduces the ability that these communities have to self-regulate. For these reasons, we believe licensing authority should remain close to the municipal officials that are nearby the businesses. Thank you for your time and consideration on this important matter. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Representative Andrews.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you think that if local control home rule that you're concerned about was fixed in the work session that MMA would possibly support?
I can't say for certain. I mean, we're reading this bill and it's not clear to us what we're losing. And if it's as straightforward as we're just trying to protect true business operations, I can bring that back to our members and see how they feel. We meet next week, and so before the work session, and I could bring that to them.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Goldberg, for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Mr. Lund and Ms. Breton. If you could bring in Mr. Smith at the same time, that would be great. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Lund.
Good morning. Is sound quality is okay this morning?
Yes.
Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and members of the committee, my name is Will Lund. I serve as superintendent of Maine's Bureau of Consumer Credit Protection. I'm here to speak on behalf of the entire department in opposition to LD 992, the act to prevent denial or revocation of a professional license for a violation unrelated to that profession. This bill would prohibit our commissioner or any bureau, board, or commission within or affiliated with the department from denying or revoking a professional or occupational license if the denial or revocation is for a violation unrelated to the practice of the licensed profession or occupation. It certainly sounds logical to propose that a bureau, board, or commission should stay within its own narrow professional licensing standards. However, there are very good reasons why most of our department's laws authorizing the granting of licenses contains language giving discretion to the licensing authority when such discretion is necessary to protect the public. For example, a mortgage company, the mortgage company licensing laws administered by my agency require that we find that, quote, the financial responsibility, character, and fitness of the applicant are such as to warrant a belief that the business will be operated honestly and fairly within the purposes of Maine's Consumer Credit Code. I in my office had a real life experience that will help illustrate why it's important to allow a level of discretion. On February 10 of 2006, I served as hearing officer in an administrative hearing in which my agency's staff alleged that a Portland loan broker had neglected his customers, misappropriated consumer funds, failed to pay appraisers, and failed to pay his own employees. After the hearing, but before I had issued an order, the loan broker shot and killed another loan broker in Portland and buried the body at his father's farm in West Baldwin, Maine. Our loan broker law did not specifically prohibit a license holder from killing another person. In the course of the administrative hearing, my staff had proven by a preponderance of the evidence that this individual's professional misconduct as a loan broker made him unsuitable to hold a license. But what if they had not succeeded in meeting that burden? Should I have been required to allow the individual to remain licensed where he could correctly claim to customers that he held a professional license issued by the state of Maine? This is an extreme example, but it points out the significant responsibility that
Mr. Lund,
Yes,
can I have you wrap up in the next 10, 15 seconds?
yes.
Thank you.
It points out the responsibility that falls to each department within our agency, not just as someone a skilled electrician or a skilled investment advisor, but rather they are to be trusted with the public for the public's safety and well-being. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lund. Representative Andrews.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you happen to have any statistics on how many small business owners in Maine are convicted murderers?
It's a good question. The loan broker laws have changed since that hearing in 2006. At the present time, mortgage loan originators of any sort need to pass a criminal background test in order to qualify. Similarly, applicants for repossession licenses and debt collector licenses need to pass similar tests. So the fact is that those applicants who would have that sort of criminal background under current law are not authorized to even apply. So how many of those would apply, I don't know, and how many statistics there are, I don't know. Again, we can only view this bill as it comes to us. There is not a reference to certain activities or others here. This simply says that the activity has to be related to the professional license.
Are there any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Lund.
You're welcome.
Next up, we will hear Mr. Smith and Ms. Brutton, if you could also bring in Ms. Valancourt. Mr. Smith, we can see your box there, but you're muted and we don't see you. There we go.
You can see me now?
Yes.
All right. Good morning, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and distinguished committee members. My name is Dennis Smith. I'm the Executive Director to the Maine Board of Licensure in Medicine. The board licenses and regulates allopathic physicians and physician assistants in Maine. It's made up of 11 members, 6 physician members, 2 physician assistants, and 3 public or lay members. And the board's mission is to protect the public. The board offers the following comments in opposition to LD 992. Due to the language, the bill would prohibit the denial or revocation of a license based upon criminal convictions, which is currently permitted pursuant to the board's existing statute, as well as under Title V. So for example, the board can currently deny a license or revoke a license of a physician who is convicted of murder or child sexual abuse, and LD 992 would eliminate the ability to do so. A comment was made about the boards sending out to licensees threats that they could have their licenses revoked for violating COVID-19 guidelines. The Board of Licensure in Medicine did not send such a notice. In fact, what we did was forward to licensees information updates regarding COVID-19 from Maine CDC and the governor's office. In addition, I would point out that no license is revoked or denied without the opportunity for a hearing in accordance with Maine law, which includes the Administrative Procedure Act. And thank you for allowing me to provide this comments today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Representative Austin.
Good morning, Mr. Smith. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. How are you, Representative Austin?
Good, good. You mentioned murder and I believe you said sexual abuse. Did you name those specifically? Because that's all that would pertain to being brought forward if there was that activity they were accused or what do I want to say, found guilty of, or are there other issues for doctors?
Good question. There are other issues. Those are extreme examples. Those examples are being used in order to sort of emphasize the point here that if you eliminate, this ability, this would be the group of people who would be able to get a license that the board would not be able to deny a license to. So there would be other.
Thank you.
Senator Ray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question. You think that there could be some language to that could be added to this to make it the intent that he really wants? I think the intent seems like he wants maybe somewhere there's some guideline where there would be a punishment, but not towards the business. It would be more of maybe a fine or something, and it wouldn't be punishable towards the business violations. So I think if there was some way of, if you could still be involved, but still have the, I don't know if there's what you think, if there could be some language in there for this.
If I may, Senator Siri, I think there's 2 different things. The Board of Licensure in Medicine actually licenses the individual. So the individual physician and physician assistant. It doesn't license a medical practice or business, okay? So those are 2 different things. This bill is pretty sweeping because it starts with notwithstanding any other provision of law. And so when you include that kind of language in the beginning of the bill, and again, you'll have to rely on your committee analysts about this, but that kind of language is very, very sweeping. And it basically says Doesn't matter what any other law that exists or may exist that gives the board the authority to do things. You can't do it. And so that's something that you may want to look at.
Thank you.
Representative Ducharme.
I'm wondering, in the bill itself, section 3 and section 4 both ask for analysis and report by DPFR of any statutes that provide for that denial and or revocation to be brought back before this committee by December 1st, 2021. If some of that absolutist language, such as notwithstanding and so forth and so on, I think that there's a kind of a middle ground here that we need to look at, because there may be some things that are unintentional causes of certain things, and perhaps having an independent look like DPFR at these laws and statutes might be effective. And then we can come back with something that makes sense for this, so that we're not precluding people doing business.
So Representative Ducharme, if I understand your question, first, I can't speak for DPFR. We're a board affiliated with that. Commissioner Head speaks for DPFR, but I can say that if you look at our written testimony that the Board of Licensure in Medicine submitted, we identified specific statutes applicable and that would be affected by this, in terms of the board. And it's not just the board statute, but Title 10, Title 19A, and Title 2026. So we've tried to do that for you in advance.
Senator Seaway. Oh, your hand's still up. Okay. Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Smith, for your testimony today.
Thank you.
And up next, we have Ms. Valancourt.
Good morning, Representative Roberts and members of the committee. My name is Penny Valancourt, and I'm the board's executive director, the Board of Dental Practice. I have submitted 6 pages of testimony. Obviously, I'm not going to read it, but I think it speaks to some of your concerns about what are those behaviors and or conducts that the board can consider as part of its licensing process. Most notably, those behaviors would be the practice of fraud, deceit, and misrepresentation in obtaining a license, the misuse of alcohol or substances, and then a professional diagnosis of a mental or physical condition that would potentially harm the public. Obviously, there's sexual misconduct provisions and other criminal conduct provisions that the board can consider, although I would represent to you that the board's first initial response to those types of behaviors is to rehabilitate, not to outright revoke or deny licensure. So I'd be happy to explain that all in more detail, but the board is strongly opposed to the bill as written, as was highlighted by Mr. Smith. This is a provision that amends Title 10, which includes the dental board. So again, it appears to be pretty sweeping. The board would be happy to submit any specific information about how it has addressed each of those behaviors and or conducts through its licensing process. But again, I'm happy to take any questions now or later at work session.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you, Ms. Valancourt, for your testimony. We have moved Commissioner Head into the room with us. Commissioner Head, did you wish to provide testimony today?
Not on this bill, but thank you very much.
Okay, we weren't sure. We saw you in there and wanted to make sure. Thank you. Let's see. Ms. Breton, do we have anyone else in the attendee room looking to testify on this bill today?
I do not have anybody else signed up to testify on this bill.
Okay. Having received testimony of those present today, I will now close the public hearing on LD 992. And Senator Curry is still not with us, so we'll move forward. I will now open the hearing on LD 891, an act to eliminate or forgive fines and penalties on persons and businesses due to COVID-19 pandemic, presented by Representative Hutchins. Ms. Breton, if you could move them in.
Hello. Do you hear me now?
Good morning, Representative. Yes.
Well, good. My computer just shut off and restarted for just as you introduced me. Thank you, Chairman Roberts and members of the committee for listening to my idea here this morning on legislation that I was bringing forward because of COVID-19. My name is Sherm Hutchins. I represent the District 131 in the main house, the towns of Penobscot, Orland, Dedham, Otis, Verona Island, Prospect, and Stockton Springs. I take great pleasure in the fact that I'm one of many representatives that get to use the word island in one of our communities. That's great fun. A lot of us have the chance to do that. I didn't send any language today on this LD because it seemed like a simple piece of legislation to me to not to add too much paperwork. My idea is to put this positive legislation forward after a year that has had much negative for the state and its people. Thanks to the speed with which the medical industry came up with 3 vaccines for the country, we are on a road to a more normal future, we hope. My proposal is a small step in a direction of normalcy. I was not requested for this legislation by anyone. Dropping these fines and penalties would be a gesture to recognize that we value the people and businesses of Maine. It would recognize that the COVID-19 year plus has been punishment enough for the Maine people and for Americans alike. Any fines, license restrictions that were, through the governor, COVID-19 restrictions only imposed upon the resident of the state, I feel should be removed and returned. I hope you agree. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any questions from the committee? I just to clarify, Representative Hutchins, this is a concept draft and you're not providing any language at this point for it.
Only what I gave you there, and the reason that I didn't do anything more than that is because it's, I felt such a simple that almost a sentence would take care of what I'm proposing to do. Any of these fines and license revocations or anything like that were only because of one person. It wasn't because of any legislative action. And so I think it's a special situation where it would be a very kind gesture to people that were penalized in a year where just living the year was punishment enough.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Representative Austin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning. How are you?
I'm fine.
Good. Do we know where the proceeds of that fine, where to what department does that go to? Do you have any idea where that stash, that money goes?
I do not.
Do you have any idea or any guesstimation what kind of a total, maybe some we could even be talking about statewide?
Like I said, I didn't speak with anyone for this piece of, and I intentionally did that because I didn't want someone saying, well, Joe Blow is, offering me something to put this piece of legislation forward or something of that nature. It's the simple fact that the legislature itself had no input into these penalties because it is for COVID restrictions only, nothing else. You break the law, that's something altogether different. But when you break a rule that has been imposed by just one person statewide, that restriction, that fine, that penalty should be removed and rewarded back to the person.
And I appreciate that. I'm just wondering, I guess I was just thinking of from your locality, from the district that you represent. I didn't know if you had a sense of if there were a lot of, maybe never mind how much money was involved, but do we feel that there was a widespread violations?
Well, we heard of some.
Or I shouldn't say, maybe there were that we don't know about, but were there a lot that were given attention, I guess?
I think the only attention was given was on local news forecast who, talked about a restaurant that was closed or a bar that was closed or any other type of thing. Anyone that was considered essential worked.
Mm-hmm.
And in my never to be humble opinion, anyone who works is essential.
Good point. Thank you, Thank you, Representative Hutchins.
Are there any other questions from the committee? Representative Ducharme.
Would it be possible, and Representative Hutchins, I don't know if it's you or committee analysts that can get this information. Would it be possible for us to get some kind of a listing or idea of the scope of these types of things? It would seem to make sense if we knew, what that was, how many businesses were impacted in aggregate, whether it's the dollar amount or the numbers. It would be helpful for us to know that information. So
I'll see if I can find something.
Okay, thank you very much.
Are there any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Hutchins, for your testimony this morning.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Breton, I do not have anyone on my list to testify. Look at the attendees list.
Commissioner Head and Ms. Valancourt have both are on my list. They haven't submitted written testimony because it was a concept draft and they saved to put the written testimony in after what they heard from the concept draft.
Okay, if they're both on your list, then you can bring them in. Good morning again, Commissioner.
Good morning to the committee. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. With all due respect to the sponsor of this bill, it is customary for agencies like mine and departments like mine to look carefully at a bill with language that explains the coverage and the specific focus of the bill. Since we did not see that, we didn't think it would be, we thought it would be more helpful if we could see the draft language. So that is the reason why the department has not submitted testimony on this. And we established a neither for nor position so that at the appropriate time, we could submit testimony specific to the bill itself. So I certainly would like to speak on the bill if there is any additional draft language to review. I have listened to the bill sponsor And that is how I see this bill today. It is a very broad bill. It affects every agency in the department and in state government. So if that is the purpose, then certainly, if we see draft language that allows us to comment thoughtfully, I would be happy to do that. Thank you very much for the ability to speak to you today on this bill.
Thank you, Commissioner Head. The understanding from the sponsor is there will be no draft language. This is the bill as written. I'm just curious for clarification if the department's position is still neither for nor against. If this is the bill as written.
I can't give you any more information on the department's position other than what I've indicated today. There may be further testimony, but I'm not prepared today to provide that. So I'm not sure where that leaves the committee itself, but that's all I can say today. Thank you.
Representative Austin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, I know you want to be very thoughtful. So would it be unthoughtful of me to ask you if you are aware that there have been a lot of fines in your estimation throughout what your position of oversight has?
Yes. Speaking now as Director of the Office of Professional and Occupational Regulation, the licensing unit within the department, I can tell you today that there have been no penalties, no fines of any kind on professional licensees that my office regulates. I can only speak for that one agency. I know that there are many other agencies that would be covered by this bill that would need to speak on it. So I can only give you information from my office.
And that is very much appreciated.
Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Ms. Valancourt.
Yes, good morning again. My name is Penny Valancourt, and I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Board of Dental Practice. And thank you again so much for allowing me to come forward. The board did not submit formal testimony, but I now have a better sense of exactly perhaps what the sponsor of the bill is looking for. What I can share with you, and it is public, is that out of the 50 cases the board investigated, it did assess penalties and fines to 2 individuals. The board does not have jurisdiction over businesses, right? It only has jurisdiction over individuals licensed to practice. The adverse action taken on both licensees was through a consent agreement. So the licensee admitted to unprofessional conduct, and in which a fine of, I believe, $1,000 or $1,500 per person was assessed. Those fines are not collected by the board. Those fines are collected and submitted to the general fund. So if that helps answer your questions. But out of the 50 investigations, only 2 resulted in findings of unprofessional conduct through agreement with the licensee. Again, it's not, I'm not entirely sure how or whether this information is helpful, but I think hearing directly from a licensing board as to how they managed expectations and professional conduct amid the COVID-19 pandemic may be helpful to you.
Thank you. Representative Austin.
Ms. Valancourt, that really does help bring some context to it. So I really appreciate you being in the waiting room and coming back on with us and sharing that. That's great to know. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Representative Hassenfuss.
Thank you. And Ms. Valancourt, of those 2 individuals that were assessed fines, they were given the opportunity for a hearing to defend their case, correct?
That is correct. So our process, again, is outlined in statute, authorized by the legislature. These aren't provisions or processes specifically created amid COVID-19. These are existing statutes and laws governing everything that the board does. So everything is under existing law. It wasn't anything created new under the COVID-19 pandemic, again, if that's helpful.
Yeah.
Representative Andrews.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just curious as to who the arbiter was for those two hearings.
To resolve the case through agreement. If they did not want to sign the agreement, then it would be scheduled for an adjudicatory hearing, and the board would hire a hearing officer to conduct, like it does in every hearing. So if that's helpful, I can give you more information about our hearing process. But again, it's not anything different amid COVID-19. In fact, we have hearings scheduled throughout the entire calendar year of 2020 for hearings. So for us, it was not anything different, nor was it anything different to licensees. This is our normal course of resolving allegations of unprofessional conduct.
Did you have a follow-up, Representative Andrews, or are you all set? Representative.
The information, just that information would be great.
The information about the board's hearing process?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Representative Pebworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Valancourt, for being here again. Sorry, I just lost the word. How do complaints come to your attention, to the board's attention?
Sure, we have a formal complaint process by which consumers, patients, licensees, a number of complainants can come forward through a formal process. So, and licensees are notified. It's confidential to the public, but not confidential to the licensees. So they know exactly who's complaining on what date and what allegations are being complained of. So it's very transparent to the licensee as to what the allegations are. You're welcome.
Representative Collmore.
Sorry, my phone's acting up again. I really have to replace this thing. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Valancourt, for being here. I'm just curious on the, you said you investigated 50 complaints against licensees and took action on 2. Are those specifically COVID-19 related ones, or are those investigations period that you've had?
No, thank you for that question. It's a great clarifying question. We receive probably well over 100 complaints a year. In addition to those 100 complaints, we've received an additional 50 COVID-19 complaint cases to which we expedited. So about 40 of those came through the DECD portal, and about 10 of those came through our formal complaint process. The 2 cases I'm presenting to you today came through our formal complaint process, not the DECD portal.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Is there any further questions from the committee? Seeing none. Ms. Breton, is there anyone else in the waiting room wishing to testify?
There is nobody else signed up, Representative.
Okay, thank you. Having received testimony from all those present today, I now close the hearing for LD 891. And we will now, I heard somebody. We will now open the hearing on LD 942, an act to waive professional and occupational licensing fees for calendar year 2020, presented by Representative Falkingham. Good morning, Representative.
Good morning. You ready for me?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and members of the Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. I am Representative Billy Bob Falkingham, and I am here to present LD 942, an act to waive professional and occupational licensing fees for calendar year 2020. This bill waives all licensing and certification fees for calendar year 2020 that are imposed pursuant to the Maine Revised Statutes Title 32, which governs professions and occupations. A person who has paid a licensing or certification fee for calendar year 2020 must be reimbursed. We have never seen a year like 2020 in our lifetime. I hope we never see a year like it again. Hundreds of businesses have closed permanently. Thousands of jobs are gone forever. 65 Maine businesses have been given citations for COVID violations, and at least 10 have seen license suspensions from the state for reasons that have never existed previously. No matter what professional occupation we are talking about, 2020 was a hard year. The state mandated closures went into the summer for many businesses and continue still to this day for many. Health concerns stopped workers and customers alike from their normal transactions. The state of Maine is looking at receiving an estimated $1.7 billion from the federal government this spring as part of a recovery bill. The Maine legislature has already passed an $8.4 billion budget bill. This fully funded the state government for the next biennium. This bill is funded through projected revenue and existing monies. That is why this is the perfect time to return fees collected by the state for occupational licenses for 2020. These return fees will boost the economy, further accelerating the economic recovery in 2021. But beyond that, it is a matter of fairness to return this money when so many of these license holders have suffered hardship, failure, and even permanent business closure. How can the state feel justified keeping this money when we are literally 13 months into a declared disaster? This is a one-year bill that can be covered with one-time money coming in from the federal government. Put Maine first and put the Maine people first. Do the right thing and give LD 942 an ought to pass vote. Thank you for your consideration. I'll answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Representative. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Andrews.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Foggingham, it's no doubt that I think every business in the private sector has taken a hit in the past 13 months. So the objective of your bill is to allow them to keep their licensing fee to kind of help kickstart them as they rebuild?
Yeah, that's right. And I wouldn't imagine that there's any person out there that's in a licensed professional, field in the private sector that hasn't lost revenues in excess of their license fee. So I feel like the state is better suited to absorb that loss than the individuals. I know haircuts. At the very beginning of the pandemic, my son's hair, our hair was getting crazy. Barbers, they suffered for so long. It was such a long time. I just recently actually made it to a barbershop that I used to attend quite frequently that was closed, and they're open now, but they're open for very limited. You have to schedule an appointment. And I used to be able to take myself and my son in there and get both of our haircuts for $20. The haircuts were now $70. And I found out that is just because of the price that it costs to run the business now, with all the masks that they had to do, and all the put up glass in between the things, and all the stuff they had to do. I think that I asked and I said, wow, that's gone up a lot. They spent $280 on just PPE the first weekend they were open, and realized that the old prices weren't going to cut it. So you've got them. And like I said, every professional licensed business has been affected. But in the town of Winter Harbor, we had a massage therapist that was doing very well, serving the people, doing good work. That business is permanently closed. We have 2 restaurants that have been closed. I don't know if they'll open again. I assume they will, but they're still not open. We only had one pub in the area. It hasn't been open for indoor the whole entire time. We had a breakfast restaurant in Sullivan permanently closed. Every business has been affected by capacity, space, and even nighttime curfews.
I think you raise a great point on the PPE that I hadn't even thought of, but I've seen it in municipal budgeting. And if they could keep license fees to offset that cost, I think that's an interesting idea to discuss.
Thank you. Again, the chair would ask members to refrain from giving commentary on their opinions on bills until the work session. Thank you. Representative Austin.
Yes. You referred to you gave an actual number to the violations or the fines, whichever. Can you address whether that was kind of across the business sector, or do you think one sector was hit a little harder? I know you spoke about the barbers, and I think obviously the hairdressers, the salons would be right in that very same bracket. But can you do you have a little more you can give on that, Billy Bob?
Yeah. Thanks for the question. The information that I got that from actually came from a Bangor Daily News article. It's been hard to find anywhere that information has been compiled for public view. I know that this Maine Policy Institute was compiling a list, but it's incomplete. It was just based off of publicly, known data and Facebook newspaper articles, that sort of thing. So I'm hoping that the state could provide you guys with some data on that for the work session. Also, I just wanted to point out the fact that in the one incident that Ms. Valancourt just referenced, and when she said that a certain business had been fined $1,000 to $1,500 a day and didn't seem to have too much reaction to it, it just struck me as odd, because she said that it was through a process that wasn't any different than usual. But the unprofessional actions that individual admitted to were just opening his business. And if you, I quickly did the math on that because the number shocked me. And that's a $547,500 annual fine if that was carried out for a year, $1,500. So it's kind of shocking, because the only thing different is COVID, and that's why these businesses are suffering. And that's why I think that they should have their license fees returned for the year 2020.
If I may, Madam Chair.
Yes.
In the giving out of those citations, are we sure, were there different, because you've brought this forward, are you aware of different ways that the people received it? Do like, for instance, in your area, were your code enforcement officers or the municipality, the town in any way, or is that all state that was responsible for doing that evaluation and handing them that citation? Do you have any information on that?
So I assume everything's coming from the state as part of the emergency proclamation, but I just want to reiterate that the focus of my bill isn't on fines or things of that nature. Really, the focus of my bill is on the lost revenues because of COVID, not really the fines and things of that nature. It's just been the restrictions, the people that, I'm not focusing on the people that haven't complied. I'm focusing on the people that have complied with the restrictions, that have suffered because of it, that have had their businesses, closed or lost incredible amounts of revenue. It just seems incredibly unfair to me to collect license fees for a year where the person has been handicapped that badly. And the state is going to be bringing in a lot of relief revenue. I think these people that pay these licenses should be targeted for reimbursement. These are people that annually give revenue to the state, and they'll continue to give it after. They're paying their license fees for 2021, and they'll pay them in perpetuity. But the year 2020 was an unfair year, to those people, and they should have their license fees reimbursed for that year. And that's the focus of my bill.
Thank you for bringing me back to the focus. I appreciate it. I drifted because this is kind of scratching the surface on an area we really haven't had a lot of conversation on. So I appreciate it and thank you.
Representative Falkingham, I have a question. As far as if you've considered the scope of this bill and who it could potentially be leaving out or therefore including, for example, my business is an LLC. I technically went out of business during COVID and went into the red. However, filing fees for my LLC were still needed. So those came out of pocket. So under your bill, all those businesses that aren't necessarily having licenses, but are still having to pay fees in order to stay a business, would be excluded. And if you were to include them, what would that do as far as a fiscal note? I'm wondering if you've thought about all these implications.
Yep, that's a good question. And so to bring you back to my bill, the purpose of my bill isn't to create a form of stimulus or a matter of, fairness. That's for another bill, another discussion. So my bill isn't intended to say, well, this person got this, so we should also give it to this person or this person, of that nature. These are license fees that the state has derived revenue from. I feel that the licenses didn't basically receive their full value from the state in 2020. And that's the point of my bill, is to return those license fees. So your point's well taken about all the other businesses that have suffered that don't have state licenses, but that's not what my bill is directed at.
Thank you. Representative Ducharme. I'm sorry, Representative Clamore had her hand up first. It comes up weird on the screen, the squares.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And thank you, Representative Falkingham, for your testimony today. I'm curious, do you know how much we're looking at for a fiscal note for returning the license fees and what that would dedicate from that proposed one-time use of the federal funding?
No, I haven't received a fiscal note for this bill yet, and so I'm still waiting on that.
Okay, great. Could I just follow up, Representative Roberts, and ask Ms. Olson if we could have that before the work session, if possible, please?
I'm sure she heard you. Representative Ducharme. Yep, she's nodding.
Thank you. Representative Collmore asked my question about, do we know how much this is? But I am, in looking at the bill, it's pretty clear that it just covers licensing fees for under the statutes paid to the state of Maine, I think. Am I reading that correct, Representative Falkingham?
Yes. Yep, that's correct.
Thank you.
Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is probably a question for either the representative or Rachel Olson. Given that we passed a supplemental, I just want to understand, I believe that this current fiscal year has been put to bed, and that going forward, we are looking at a supplemental for the next 2 years. And I just don't know. I'm a brand new legislator. Can you go back to a budget that's already been put to bed and change it and create another fiscal note for which we must pay for?
Yeah, good. So good question. Valid point, but this is a reimbursement. This is moving forward, that money's going to come from somewhere. So it's going to come from the next supplemental budget. The last supplemental budget mostly dealt with curtailments, and because the revenues weren't as high as expected. So that was the last supplemental. And then we just recently passed the biennial budget, which fully funds government. It's actually a slight increase over the last biennial budget. So we're going to be looking at another supplemental budget probably sometime before the end of session or this summer, because I think everybody's well aware that we're going to be seeing probably 1.6 or 1.7 billion dollars coming in from the federal government. And this is a bill that I think is a very worthy candidate to get put on the appropriations table for that supplemental budget.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, I do not have, thank you, Representative. I don't have anyone else testifying for the bill. Ms. Breton, do you have anyone?
No, I believe we just have people in opposition.
Okay. If we could bring in the Commissioner Head and Mr. Moran, please. Hello, Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Representative Roberts. Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and members of the committee, my name is Ann Head. I'm the Commissioner of DPFR and Director of the Office of Professional and Occupational Regulation. I'm here today to speak in opposition to LD 942. And I appreciate the sponsor's sentiment. I do think it's been a rough year for everyone in Maine. So I do understand that. I want to make a couple of points, though, that may help the committee in its deliberations here. Throughout 2020 and the COVID-19 public health emergency that continues today, our agencies within the department continued to deliver high-quality services to consumers and regulated industries. Not only did we continue to provide our usual services during 2020, but the staff of our agencies and affiliated boards had significant additional responsibilities responding to a range of issues related to the public health emergency, in addition to our regular statutory public protection work. These responsibilities were all completed without adding additional staff, and to say that our staff was stretched thin would be an understatement. I want to make it clear that these agencies that are subject to the bill are entirely supported by licensing fees from regulated individuals. This is called dedicated revenue. None of our agencies or boards receive support from the general fund. Not only could we not afford to return the fees, but the cost of reimbursement to individuals and businesses would likely cost more in dollars and staff time than the fees themselves as a whole. Open licensing programs would be devastated financially by the bill. Most would not be able to pay the cost of their individual regulatory programs in the absence of the 2020 dedicated revenue. Returning the fees would result in many of our regulatory entities having to take cost-cutting measures, which would undoubtedly impact licensee services such as application processing, public protection services such as disciplinary proceedings. In addition, we would likely have to raise fees in future years to make up for the deficit. Last year, we reduced fees substantially in recognition of the fact that many of our programs had buffers that may have been viewed as unreasonable. So all of our programs in OPOR, and I know that there are other people coming behind me that will speak to the affiliated boards, none of our programs could afford to do what the bill requires. I also want to take note that OPOR took steps to enact measures to recognize the hardships experienced by our licensees during the pandemic.
Commissioner
OPOR
Head?
Yes, thank you.
Pardon me.
I will continue and wrap up. OPOR waived late fees for renewals between 20 and 21. We worked with the governor's office to issue an executive order to waive continuing education requirements so that our licensees wouldn't have to pay for them. I also want to make a comment that I doubt seriously whether any federal money coming into the state would ever be given to dedicated revenue agencies like ours. So I think there are many issues to be concerned about here, and I will be happy to work with you at the work session. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Mr. Moran and Ms. Breton. If you could bring in Ms. Shaw from the attendee room, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Mr. Moran, good morning.
Hi, good morning. My name is Dan Moran. I'm the Director of Government Affairs for the Maine Medical Association. The Maine Medical Association is a voluntary physician organization made up of over 4,300 physicians of all practice settings, all specialties, MDs, DOs, and hello, Chair Curry and Chair Roberts. And also I'm a resident of Gorham. So hello, Representative Bailey, even though you represent the wrong side of the town. I'm with Team Terry. So we agree with the sentiments of Commissioner Head on this bill. The physician licensing boards exist to safeguard the public fairly and effectively through licensing, education, and potential discipline of those who practice medicine in Maine. Safeguarding the public is the primary goal and responsibility. We worry the legislation would severely harm their operating budgets. No organization in Maine, trust me, is more aware that physicians are under increased stress, including financial distress from many independent community-based physician practices. Not all of them are hospital-based, and we've been in constant contact with the state regarding the struggles of independent community-based physicians, whether it be PPE, federal funds, state funds, vaccine distribution. The state's been willing to speak with us on a number of these issues. To compare the two, they're small businesses like anybody else, and they're non-hospital based. They're no different than any other small business. However, as non-physician small businesses turned away customers, and on one side hospitals braced for a surge of patients respectively, physicians' offices had to do both at the same time with severely reduced revenue. Any federal funds that would come in as a zero-sum game in order to fund this bill, we'd prefer to have directed towards the business impact of independent community physicians, whether it be the administrative responsibilities, the structural responsibilities, the PPE. We just worry that insufficient staffing and funding for the Board of Licensure in Medicine and the Board of Osteopathic Medicine could hinder their respective abilities to protect public safety. We also agree with Commissioner Head that these are dedicated revenue funds. There is no state general funds involved. They are mutually exclusive, and we like to keep them that way. I used to lobby in Kansas also for the physicians, although I'm a native Mainer. And once you start mixing those funds, there are fund sweeps involved, budget holes. And we thank Representative Falkingham for his proposal and concern for the financial well-being of his constituents, but the MMA respectfully requests the committee vote not to pass.
Thank you, Mr. Moran. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Up next, we have Ms. Judith Shaw. And Ms. Breton, if you could bring in Mr. Terranova as well, thank you. Good morning, Ms. Shaw.
Good morning, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, members of the committee. My name is Judith Shaw, and I'm the administrator for the Office of Securities, and I'm here to testify in opposition to LD 942. Although I appreciate and support the bill's intention to assist Maine professionals during a historically difficult year, I oppose doing so by waiving or reimbursing licensing fees because of the impact it would have on the operation of the Office of Securities. In calendar year 2020, the office received approximately $4.9 million in licensing fees. Of that, close to $2 million went directly to the general fund, and the remainder funded the operations of the agency. I want to be clear, my law specifically states that the office is operated and funded solely by renewal fees for investment advisor representative and broker-dealer agent licensing fees. No other sources of revenue are authorized by the law. With a staff of just 16, the Office of Securities fulfills its mission to protect all Maine investors by investigating and prosecuting violations of the securities laws, licensing broker-dealers, agents, investment advisors, and investment advisor representatives, and reviewing registration statements and exemption filings for securities issuers that are seeking to sell investments in Maine. The office can perform its outsized role in part thanks to uniformity in securities laws and licensing requirements across the country, collaboration among jurisdictions, and the hard work of a very skilled and dedicated staff. We have worked hard at the Office of Securities over the years to lower licensing and renewal fees whenever possible in order to reduce the financial impact on the licensed community. Most recently, in 2014, we engaged in rulemaking to reduce our investment advisor representative and broker-dealer agent license renewal fees, those that fund the agency, from $30 to $25 annually. Currently, the licensing and renewal fees in Maine for securities professionals are among the lowest in the country. In the early days of the pandemic, we acted quickly to provide relief to the regulated securities industry in Maine, including by not requiring licensure in Maine under certain circumstances for displaced securities professionals who found themselves relocated and working in Maine on a temporary basis, and by waiving late fees for registration filings received after the statutory deadline due to disruptions caused by the pandemic.
Michelle, could you wrap it up in the next 10-15 seconds? Thank you.
Absolutely. Refunding the fees would have a devastating impact on our ability to fulfill our mission. We don't have adequate money to be able to refund the fees and continue to operate. Staff salaries and benefits would be in jeopardy, as well as every other agency function. And our core function is to protect Maine investors, partially comprised of the oldest population in the country, and to protect their retirement accounts from becoming subject to vulnerable bad actors. So thank you for the time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Representative Andrews.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a little confused as to how there's going to be a loss of revenue if the reimbursement is coming from one-time federal money. Could you clarify, please?
The bill as drafted would require my agency to refund the money out of our revenue. And our revenue does not involve the federal money, nor does my law allow my agency to receive any of the federal money in order to cover those costs.
Thank you. Ms. Olson, can we get a clarification on that for the work session, please?
I think she probably heard you. Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you for your testimony, Michelle.
Thank you very much.
Up next, we have Mr. Terranova.
Good morning, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and members of the committee. My name is Tim Terranova, and I am the Assistant Executive Director for the Board of Licensure in Medicine. You have my written testimony, but I would like to draw your attention to some issues. First, the board appreciates and supports the intent of the bill. However, we are opposed to the bill. The board took several steps during and continues to take those steps during the public health emergency. We automatically extended license expiration dates during the declared state of emergency following an executive order. So licensees who are working or could afford to renew their licenses were able to do so if they chose, but they did not have to. In addition to extending license expiration dates, the board staff issued over 900 free COVID-19 emergency licenses in the past year. As you've heard from other testimony, this board is funded solely through the collection of licensing fees, which is dedicated revenue and does not receive general fund assistance. Having to refund a year's worth of revenue would significantly impact the board. During the pandemic, the board staff continued to provide services. Board staff issued approximately twice as many licenses in 2020 as it did in 2019. They continued to investigate complaints, hold hearings, hold rulemaking, and review applications. We have been hard at work, which requires revenue. In addition, our licenses are on a 2-year cycle. So the fee that was paid in 2020 covers 2 years, not 1 year. And there will be additional costs, which are hard to determine, for finding out who is eligible for a refund, creating the financial paperwork. And we have been told by our service center that it would include mailing checks. So you would have postage and then return and trying to find those licensees who have moved or have not updated their addresses. So I thank you for your time. I'd be happy to answer any questions now or at the work session.
Thank you, Mr. Terranova. Are there any questions from the committee? Mr. Ducharme. Representative Ducharme, sorry.
Thank you, Chair Roberts. Can we get Representative Fockingham back in for a couple of clarifying questions that may have come up as a result of this testimony?
Would those be appropriate for the work session, Representative?
Perhaps. I'm not sure. I just, there were some things raised about the language of the bill, you know, indicating that we couldn't use federal money, that the money is going to come out of the particular agency's budget. And I just wondered if he had any answers for that.
I believe that Representative Andrews had asked for Ms. Olson to get that information for the work session. Will that suffice?
That'll be fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Mr. Terranova? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Can we bring in Ms. Valancourt, please?
Good morning again, Senator Curry and Representative Roberts and members of the committee. My name is Penny Valancourt. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Board of Dental Practice, and the board has asked me to come forward to provide testimony in opposition to this bill. Again, the discussion today, for the most part this morning, has been with regard to fees and fines. And I again want to stress to the committee that the board operates within its existing statutory constraints, which limits its ability to assess fines to $1,500 per violation. So I just want to clarify, I'd heard the sponsor of this bill identify that $1,500 fines would be in perpetuum. And I just want to clarify that that's not the authority granted to the board. So this is a one-time only $1,500 fine. That being said, I also want to echo the testimony submitted by Commissioner Head, Tim Terranova, and others with regard to the dental board. We are affiliated with the department. We are not under the umbrella division of the department. What that means is we stand alone on the revenue we collect and the expenses that put out. We have no other source of revenue other than the fees we collect. I think what is also important for the committee to understand that the dental board is in a unique situation in which we literally have been in a revenue shortfall for a number of years. Not only have we not been collecting the revenue needed, we have been subject to general fund sweeps to the extent to which we find ourselves in a precarious situation. And we've been working hard over the last 6 years to collect the revenue necessary. And to date, I think this may help Representative Andrews' question. We don't have cash balance. We don't have cash on hand to even do the intent of this bill, which would be to reimburse fees. So I think the dental board needs to at least communicate directly with this committee to say, quite frankly, it does not have the money to reimburse today based on its cash balance. Again, if there were an opportunity to receive funding from other sources, that would be a different discussion. And then lastly, I just want to again convey that the members who sit around the board are dental professionals. They know firsthand the impact that this has had on their business and their employees and their patients. If the board had the cash available to waive fees, it would have, but it did not have those resources. Instead, it offered other waivers such as CE and other components to the licensing to give some sort of relief. So again, to the extent you hear that the board tried to do everything that they could, I'm here to say they did. And again, I'd be happy to provide more information either now or at work session if helpful.
Thank you. Senator Seaway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What's your thoughts on if there was a way to direct the federal funds that are coming to reimburse those businesses with a waiver of some sort from the federal funds?
Right. Well, so to the extent any relief could be provided, I think is always a good idea. But to the extent the board has any role in that, we defer and work closely with Commissioner Head and her office on our budget and the governor's office. So the extent of how federal funds could come and flow out of our budget is one thing, but then to say how it could then go directly to those regulated communities, I think the dental board just has no role, but certainly be supportive of any effort, I have no doubt. But again, I reserve sort of comment and work with Commissioner Head on that initiative.
Thank you.
Representative Austin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Penny, my ears perked up when you mentioned the sweep. Can you remind me how many budget cycles your department,
the dental board,
has experienced that?
Sure. This information actually was provided to the Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services Committee. I think a couple of years ago, we were doing some fee cap language. I think it was over 300,000 in a 8 to 9 year window. But again, I can provide that to you at work session and give a more detailed disclosure of that amount. But it was significant, and that comes right out of our cash balance. So again, that perpetuated the financial situation of the dental board.
And now I see why I'm surprised, because you folks did move away from this committee over to the new committee. So that probably would have interrupted some of my memory, let's hope, on this situation. I thought I had a second part of that. If I think of it, I'll get back to it, but thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Representative Bouchard.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Valancourt, for the clarification. I wondered that during the testimony. And I would, at this point, I just would like to bring up a point of order, if I may, Ms. Roberts. Can I'd like to object that we're not allowing the bill sponsor to come in and answer clarifying questions, but other folks that have testified and then they heard the testimony and now they're allowed to come in. With no disrespect to Ms. Valancourt, she's allowed to come in and clarify something that he said, but he's not allowed to come in and clarify something that was said. So I just want to object to that. I don't know all the rules because I'm new, but I think if we were sitting in a room with all of us there, we certainly could have an open dialogue and be able to get these questions answered. By the time we get to work session, some of us will probably forget them. I know I will because I'm old, but I think that that's something that we need to consider. So I know that's a statement and not a question, but it's a point of order and I need to make it. Thank you.
Is she there?
Representative Ducharme, we can bring Representative Falkingham back in after I have a list of people signed up to testify that we have not yet gotten through yet. So if that would be okay.
Thank you.
Am I frozen?
Yeah.
Representative Roberts, are you with us? Chair Roberts?
I think she's.
I think you might be frozen.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but your camera's frozen. Would you like me to take over and will you fix that?
Okay, let me try to.
Okay. Are there any other questions?
Is that better right now?
Can't
Yes,
see
we
you.
can. We can hear you. Go ahead. We'll consider this a passing of the
I'm
gavel.
gonna try to leave and come back in. So if you could just
Okay,
take
thank you.
over.
Thank you.
This
We're waiting to have the technical glitch for today. Hopefully that is it. Are there any other questions for Ms. Valancourt? Senator Searway? And just to clarify, I want to make sure everyone heard the intention is to bring back Representative Falkingham at Representative Ducharme's request at the end. So Senator Searway.
Yes, that'd be fine. I might have my hand still up. I forgot.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Ms. Valancourt, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Breton, are there any other folks in opposition to this bill?
I believe you've heard from all of them at this point.
Okay. Representative Roberts, would you like to finish off this public hearing?
Can you see and hear me now? Okay.
We can see and hear you now. Yes. So I believe the request was you were saying that to bring back Representative Falkingham for Mr. Representative Ducharme's questions.
Correct.
Okay.
Oh, Senator Searway.
Yeah, I was wondering if Ms. Olson could kind of look into for the work session for any of these three bills, if we could look and see how we could get the federal funds to relieve this monies, and where it would fit best. I think that a lot of people seemed like they were in for it, but I just wanted, even on the other side, it was just a matter of where the money was coming from. So I think if we could look at federal end and see how we could go about that, that's all.
I can look into that. I'll also reach out to the fiscal office and perhaps invite Rachel Tremblay to join us. She's our fiscal analyst, who may, I'll stress, may be better able to answer those questions. I do think the situation we're in with the federal dollars is not something that we've dealt with often. So it may take me some time to find some answers.
Thank you.
And we have Representative Falkingham back here for any follow-up questions. Representative Ducharme.
Thank you very much. Representative Falkingham, thank you for coming back in. I just have several questions. I guess I'll start with one of the biggest questions in my mind is I guess I don't understand this. This is a kind of an important thing for businesses, the licensing fees that they pay and so forth. Could you speak to why it seems like we don't have the people who are most impacted by this legislation from the perspective of the public in the queue to provide testimony when we seem to have a whole lot of agencies and so forth that are on the opposite side lined up to tell us how it's going to hurt them. I think there's got to be an answer to that. And if you could, that's my first question. If you would speak to that, please.
Okay, yeah. First and foremost, the nature of the beast is that these people, while we conduct our business during the day, by their nature, people that are in occupational license professions are working. You know, that's probably the easiest explanation. They're doing their jobs or raising their families. You know, that's part of it, but also a big part of it is just the way you know, business is conducted in Augusta, and that there's not really a good connection to people. I don't think that people particularly keep an eye on a lot of the bills that are happening when the public hearings are. It's, you know, I've submitted a lot of bills, and that it's hard for me to keep track of them on a day-to-day basis. So it's pretty understandable. So that seems to be the reason. And you always see a lot of lobbyists and people that work within the different bureaucratic agencies show up because that's their job, you know, so they're doing their job. So by nature, they're going to be here and show up to all the committees. And that's just sort of the way it works. It's seems to be a little bit more so on the Zoom world. You know, when it was in Augusta, you did seem to have more people show up in person than are navigating through that process. But that would be my take on it.
Thank you. And just to follow up, my original clarifying question was, in the structuring of this bill, do you anticipate that general fund revenues would be used to reimburse, or did you think that we were going to get down to the granular level of impacting the specific agencies on that? What was your thought on that?
Yeah, I'm glad that you brought me back for that question, because it's listening to all the testimony against it, it seemed like the people were really worried about losing funding, things of that nature, which is not going to happen, because the way this works is this bill is going to come with a fiscal note that we haven't received yet. Not sure when the fiscal note will come out, but it's going to come out with a fiscal note. So the year in question, 2020, those agencies were already funded there. That's already in the past. And this bill doesn't strip funding from the agencies. This bill is a reimbursement of the licenses. So if this bill gets passed, it's going to go to the appropriations table, and then it's going to be up to the appropriations committee to either fund that bill or let it die on the table. The appropriations committee, let's be realistic, isn't going to strip any funding from these. They're either going to appropriate it from the one-time federal money, or they're going to leave it sitting on the table. It's as simple as that. Nobody's going to lose funds if this bill gets passed. The only way this bill is going to get funded is if the federal money comes in, the $1.7 billion, and then appropriations decides to fund whatever that amount is when we see the fiscal note, to return the money to these people that paid for the license fees.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yep. Thanks for having me back to ask that question too.
Senator Seaway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to ask a similar question about the federal dollars to them. And I think I appreciate clarifying that, Representative Faulkner. I think federal funds probably will be the answer on part of that. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that question, Senator. And regardless of whether it comes directly from federal or not, if this bill gets passed, it still goes to the appropriations table, where money will need to be appropriated. This bill can't be passed, won't be passed by the legislature and signed by the governor, and then automatically strip the agencies of that funding. It's not, doesn't work that way. This is going to have a fiscal note, because these are state monies, so it's going to need to be appropriated. So if the money isn't appropriated, nobody's going to lose any fundings. That's just simply not going to happen.
Any further questions? Seeing none, I will now close the hearing on LD 942. And I feel like I'm frozen again.
Nope.
Yeah, okay.
I think you're good.
Okay. Senator Curry, we're running a little bit early. Do we want to see if Ms. Olson has anything to run by us?
I'm not sure she does. Let's see.
If there is anything the committee would like me to bring forward at this time, all you have to do is ask.
Okay. What I would suggest is, I don't think we have anything right now that we're ready to deal with, and so I would ask that I don't think we have any time in order to go early for the work session unless we have any of the bill sponsors ready for that. So I believe we do need to break in order to start the work session at 1 o'clock. Senator Searway.
I just didn't know if we could ask Ms. Olson if she had any bills that we just had to have a review on, maybe if she had some.
So why don't we do a check-in, and we'll adjust our schedule for 11. I'm sorry, we'll return early at, let's say 12:45, and that way we can I'll check in with Ms. Olson, see where we are with bills, and if any are ready for language review. We could dive into all of that. I'm just not really sure where we are on that. And then we could start. So we could start our work session at 12:45, and then go right into the work session for the 3 bills at 1 o'clock. I don't believe we have the capacity, given everyone how much everyone is dancing between schedules, to get here. If they're counting on 1 o'clock, I want to count on 1 o'clock. I know a lot of people are in multiple committees, so I think we're just going to have a break here. And did we just lose Representative Roberts? I think we might have. So, okay. So having had all of the public testimony for the scheduled bills, we'll entertain a motion to, I guess, is this an adjournment? It is. No, it's
just wait until 1 o'clock.
We'll recess. We'll come back at 12:45. Yeah, we'll take a break. We'll come back at 12:45, and then we'll begin the work sessions at 1 o'clock. So.
Okay.
Thank you all very much, and be sure to turn off your cameras and mute your mics, or leave the session.
Sue Austin, your audio is on.
Thank you. I took care of it for her.
Thanks, Jody.
How are you, Jack? This is Valley.
I'm good. How about you?
Yeah, I had COVID a year ago, and for many months afterwards had terrible joint pain and fatigue and elevated resting heart rate, and it all went away. Most of it went away with the vaccine, believe it or not. But yesterday I had a cardiac stress test that I passed with flying colors, and they said, yes, you can go back to exercising. No worries.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, basically I've done nothing for a year. So it's so great to get back.
Anybody home?
Of course, Senator.
There you go. How you doing?
Doing okay.
Yeah. Well, this should be good.
And Representative Geiger, I go for my second shot next week.
Oh, good for you. That'll be a relief, huh?
Yeah, I had quite a reaction to the first one, so
Oh
I
no.
probably was COVID asymptomatic at some point before.
Yeah, that could be. I got mine back in January because I'm a nurse working with immune suppressed patients. So my whole unit, we all got it. But I had COVID, and that first one wasn't too bad, the first shot, but the second shot, I had almost 104 fever, and
Wow.
fever continued for several days. But all of my COVID symptoms, like joint pain and fatigue, all went away with that second shot. So it's been pretty interesting.
Yeah. I'm
That's
going
what I'm
tomorrow.
hoping. You're
Are
going
you
tomorrow?
for your second?
Yeah.
Great.
It's a Pfizer one.
I got in my community, it seems to be only Moderna, so that's what we got.
Yeah.
I had Pfizer as well. And my husband had Moderna and he had his second one today.
Aha. Yeah, my husband gets his tomorrow. Second one.
And maybe we could see grandchildren.
I know, right?
I've got
begins again.
I've got one that's 3.5 months old that I haven't held yet.
Oh, Jody, that's so hard. I can't imagine.
Her father works for the CDC. You can be sure that he is not letting anybody near her.
Right. He is.
I had a friend had the Johnson & Johnson shot, and he got the chills for about 3 hours, he said.
Yeah.
He said he was freezing to death.
How's your friend doing that you said was in the hospital with COVID?
He's still there, and
There.
he can move his leg a little bit, his foot, and he can speak a little bit, but
I'm
I
so
don't know.
sorry.
Yeah, really bad.
Really bad.
Yeah.
I wouldn't wish it on anybody, I have to say. We didn't end up in the hospital, but we had symptoms for 14 days. And then I kept running every 10 days. I'd run a fever that lasted several days. It was something.
Yeah, because his wife's been visiting him every day, and then she just lost her father the other day, and so she's dealing with a lot, you know.
Yeah, she's carrying a
lot
lot.
of stress. Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah. What can you do? Yeah.
Well, the light's at the end of the tunnel, right?
That's right. Yeah, it is coming. It'll be there. We'll get there. Now, are you hearing any of these shots of helping on the kind of the other ones, the other COVIDs that's coming about, and you know, like
Only what I've read, you know, that they're pretty confident in the British variant being covered by these, and South African. What they don't know about is the Brazilian one. And they're pretty confident that both the other ones are more transmissible and might be more serious. And again, they don't know about the Brazilian one, except that you look at Brazil and it sounds awful. Lots of very transmissible, and lots of even young people getting acutely ill. So I don't know, but nothing official about that one.
Yeah.
I think my internet is fixed.
You froze, and then your voice went, but we'd hear one word every 30 seconds, sort of distorted, you know?
Which should not be happening because I have a whole mesh system set up at home for my business. So, and I just unplugged everything and plugged it back in, and now it seems.
You know, such a miracle, isn't it? Shut it down. See what happens when you turn it back on. Who knows why?
Crazy.
First question for IT professional, from IT professionals. Did you reboot?
Right, that's right.
My wife is a software support specialist. I hear it all the time.
Yep. Has she ever said why that works?
Mine is not to question why, only but to do or die.
You have that beautiful picture as a background, Sue, again. I love that.
I'm coming back.
Oh, which Sue?
Oh, you, the beautiful Northern Light. Though yours is beautiful too, Sue.
Yeah, did I already explain that is a very local picture? This tree right here.
Yeah.
The tree is a lone elm, and he's named. This tree is named Elmer.
There you go.
The elm that's still alive. How wonderful.
The elm is still alive after all the Dutch elm disease and whatever. It happened to be in a spot where it didn't catch anything, and it's still there. And so, yeah, it's got a name.
That's awesome.
It's a beautiful picture.
Yeah.
You're on mute, Senator Curry.
The famous 3 words, you're on mute.
Hey up, water in the jar.
I'll tell you, we have to do a song on that or something.
Welcome back. And so we've got a few minutes. This is actually an interesting challenge. I don't think I'll do this again in terms of scheduling language review before a work session, because if we get into something, we got people waiting. And so I wanted to try to honor the time period for the people in the work session who are coming, but also to see if there's something that we can get out of the way. There are a couple bills that I think we only had small changes or small things that we asked from Ms. Olson. And so that's LD 374 and LD 492. 374, recall, was the veterans portability of licensure for family and spouses. And we'd asked her to come back with, could it include the domestic partnership language? And so, Ms. Olson, can you bring that to us? And what I'm going to suggest is if this isn't fast, then I'm going to just suggest that we at 1, we move into work session. We come back to it at the end.
Yeah.
So,
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Yep.
Do we have to come out of recess to do a language review?
I don't believe. Language review usually happens outside of like we're not in a work session because we've closed the work session and we've closed a public hearing. So I think as long as it is public and we're visible to the to folks that we can do it. That's my understanding of it. And
me too.
I'm seeing some nods from Senator Searway and Representative Roberts. So I will go with that. And so I'm looking for you, Ms. Olson. Can you bring back 374?
Ken.
Well, we're not bringing back. This is for language review.
Yeah. Okay. So 374 is an act to allow veterans, active duty service members, their spouses, to apply for temporary occupational licenses and certifications. The committee voted ought to pass as amended on the amendment that was put forth during the work session and desired the addition of the phrase domestic partner into the list of qualified individuals who could receive these temporary occupational licenses and certifications. I believe the vote was pending anyone that was absent. I don't have that information, but I think it was 10 in favor, and those were all the individuals present. Representative Pebworth, do you have a question for me?
My understanding is that this brings us into compliance with a law that is currently being passed or has recently been passed. Is that your understanding as well?
I'm not sure actually to what you're referring. And bringing us into compliance.
The original passage, Representative Pebworth, are you asking about the original, like the amendment that we passed while we were doing this?
No, the reason for the specific language change to domestic partner is a change that's happening throughout other legislation.
That I don't recall that as a part of the discussion. I think it was just based on the discussion within the committee.
Okay, never mind.
I also I also don't know what you are thinking of or referring to. Regarding this, I will mention, of course, Commissioner Head was a part of the work session and at the time stated, of course, no objections to the addition of this. She also reached out to all of the boards and affiliated organizations within her department who also had no objection to this addition. And we also spoke with Scott Young, who is representing, I believe, the military in some fashion during the work on the amendment, and also indicated no issues with its addition. So really the question just becomes in how the committee would like to define domestic partners, as there isn't a clear term that we could reference that within current statute. So there's just a couple of other things I want to just talk about really quickly about how we're going to move forward in writing this based off of the legal review. So where you can see first highlighted with all of the additions, not just domestic partners, but the whole thing. This is a really long string of people or individuals that are being referenced. Kind of gets a little unwieldy in how many individuals are being referenced here. So the suggestion, and I'll show you in just a moment, is to actually remove all of this language and use a single term, which we'll define in the definition section. We could replace this with a qualified individual. And then the definition for qualified individual will be given at the end in the definition section, or excuse me, qualified person. We could also use individual. I can review that term. But it means a recently separated veteran, a spouse of a recently separated veteran, or a domestic partner of a recently separated veteran, or an active duty service member, a spouse, oops, typo, of an active duty service member, or a domestic partner of an active duty service member. So that these, what's here in 1 and 2 do not have to be written and each and every time it's used in the language above. So it's really just about giving it a definition and being able to use a single term for clarity's sake in the reading. So it doesn't change anything about the types of individuals who are granted the temporary license or provisional license. So I've highlighted throughout the document where that change would take place. So we'd replace the long string with a qualified person or potentially a qualified individual. I'll have to check on whether we should use person or individual. So that would be one thing. There are 2 other things before we get to the definitions of domestic partner. One is that throughout the process, there actually ended up being 2 terms used. That had to do with when the amendment was originally drafted. It was actually written, the original was written in section, in Title 32, and the amendment moved it to Title 10. And that ended up having 2 terms for the same type of person. So there was returning military veteran and then recently separated veteran. So it was used in 2 places throughout, but to mean the same person. And in the original draft, we actually had definitions for both. I reached out to check with those that had who put together the original amendment. And they let me know that that was just a mistake that they didn't catch as it moved between titles, that it meant the same thing. Again, Scott Young representing the armed forces as a part of that amendment process indicated that recently separated veteran was the more appropriate term. This is used within the military, Department of Labor and other organizations. And it does mean this: any veteran of the armed forces of the United States during the 3-year period beginning on the date of such veteran's honorable discharge or release from active duty. And so based on that information, I went and changed the term throughout the statute to be recently separated veteran consistently throughout the whole thing. So it doesn't change the meaning. so we had two different terms meaning the same thing. So it cleaned up that language for consistency. So recently separated here instead of returning military. You can kind of see it right here. And then again, lastly, in reviewing this, before we get to the definition in subsection 4, continuing education requirements, in the original draft of the amendment, the section was not changed to reflect all of the different individuals that are now being included. I reached out to ask if that was intentional. It was not. That was just an oversight on the part of pulling the amendment together. And so they believe it would be, it was the intent to include that language about all of these different types of people under the continuing education requirements as well. So as long as the committee feels that that is also what they voted on, then we would make this change. Of course, it's going to end up reading a qualified person and refer to the definition below. But. Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't open up my whole screen. So if someone does have their hand up, I can only see about 5 of you.
I don't think anyone does have a question up right now.
Thanks.
I think.
Okay, so that gets us to the definition of domestic partner. So in statute, there are a couple of different definitions for domestic partner, and I will mention that they all are very similar. I believe that Senator Searway talked about registered domestic partner, which does exist. The state does have a registered domestic partner program that's part of our births, marriages, and deaths.
Ms. Olson, can you bump that up a little bigger?
I sure can.
Thank you.
Size-wise?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm not like.
So for registered domestic partners, to be eligible to register, they give you these 4 criteria. And you'll notice in the definitions that I've provided below that there's a lot of consistency. There was some talk about whether or not we could just cross-reference this definition, but I think we would run into a problem because B, the domestic partners have been legally domiciled together, and it uses the word in this state for at least 12 months, which if we're dealing with individuals who are recently separated from the armed forces, that they may not have been in the state for 12 months, or perhaps most likely are not, given the situation that the statute applies to. So we couldn't directly cross-reference this. And I'll mention that the registry itself, you do not have to register as a domestic partner in the state. The registry here is really for 2 specific purposes. They are related to inheritance rights and your rights over your domestic partner's remains after they have died. So that it really only applies in those situations. A couple of places refer to registered domestic partners within the statute, but those are again related to inheritance and the deceased remains. But I did want to just point this out because as you'll see, what qualifies as a domestic partnership, the criteria are very similar. And I think that's what I'll be looking for your direction on. I pulled 2 other places from statute that deal with the definition of domestic partner. One is from the legislative ethics section of Title I, Subchapter 2, domestic partner. So again, you'll see legally domiciled. In this case, this is speaking specifically to you as legislators, but so has been legally domiciled together for at least 12 months, is not legally married to or legally separated from an individual, is the sole partner of the legislator in this case, but of the person, and expects to remain so, and is jointly responsible for the legislature with the legislator for each other's common welfare, as evidenced by joint living arrangements, joint financial arrangements, or joint ownership of real or personal property. So that, again, very similar to the qualifications needed to do a domestic partner registry. And then lastly, this is the one that's most commonly cross-referenced throughout statute, comes from Title 24A, which is the main insurance code under health insurance contracts. Section 2741-A is mandated offer of domestic partner benefits. And the definition for domestic partner for the policyholders. So this is in the health insurance world and other types of insurance, retirement, etc. References this, includes these 6 or 5 criteria, excuse me. So again, legally domiciled together for 12 months, not married or legally separated from another individual, sole partner and expects to remain so, and common welfare. I will add this one is a mentally competent adult, as is the policyholder. And at least one other place, which I do not think I carried over, is here in A, is that you are not impaired in any other way that would prohibit marriage under Title 19A, Section 701. So these are the different ways that domestic partners are defined within statute. Any combination of these that the committee would like to use moving forward can be drafted and included in the definitions section for domestic partner. And of course, we just changed terminology around things like, wouldn't say policyholder or legislator. So it would just say person in this case. And we do think that it's best to have criteria outlined so that the responsibility of determining what makes a domestic partner doesn't fall solely on the shoulders of the different boards or the department. I realize it's 1, so I'm going to stop there. I'll email these out and wait for the committee's direction.
Excellent, thank you. So I think we will come back to this at the end of today and try to work that. But it's if there are questions right now, I would like to move into work session. So I think we have the nature of the questions. Representative Pebworth.
Just a quick question. If you can give us a sense of where those definitions came from or who vetted them. I mean, if someone else has done the work and there's one of those, it's definitely the preferred definition. That information going forward would be helpful. It's easy to get.
Sure. I don't know, as you can see, some of the past history, the legislative history, it looks like some of these changes were made in 2009. The registry was in 2003, and health insurance was in 2001. So I don't know the legislative history around determining the definitions for a qualified domestic partner. I believe that, within the health insurance, as I mentioned, that one in Title 24A for health insurance is the most commonly cross-referenced set of qualifications, if you will, to be considered a domestic partner for the purposes of, a legal framework. So. And I will also mention, I did look at information from the federal government, particularly the OPM, Office of Personnel Management, I believe, and their definition was also very similar. There is no definition for example, taxes. I looked into that. A domestic partner is you're not allowed to file jointly as a spouse in that situation, and the Maine Revenue Service uses your federal tax filing. So there wasn't anything to rely on there. So I think the health insurance code is the one that's used most commonly and officially.
Thank you very much. And given that it's 1 o'clock, we're going to move into open up the work session. As you've noticed, Representative Roberts and I have been handing back and forth the chair, and Representative Roberts has agreed to take the gavel for the work session this afternoon. Representative Roberts, the chair is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a whole new script, huh? Okay. I'm Representative Tiffany Roberts, and I'll be presiding over this work session of the Joint Standing Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. The typical disclaimer on this format's new to us. Bear with us when we have glitches. The purpose of this meeting is for the committee to receive information from staff and others in order for members to consider the legislative proposals before them and make recommendations or reports to the legislature. Only committee members, the committee analyst, and those specifically invited to attend will be participating in the work session using Zoom. For members of the public wishing to observe the meeting, it's being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. It will also be recorded for viewing after this meeting is concluded. We are also broadcasting the audio of this meeting on the legislature's website at legislature.maine.gov. Okay, our electronic meeting reminders, make sure that your mics are on mute, that you're named correctly, whether you're a panelist or in the attendees list, so we know how to call on you. Okay, and the chat function is only to be used for technical assistance or if you are requesting to speak. No substantive discussion in there. And if you're having technical difficulties, you can message or in the chat Ms. Jody Breton, our clerk. As far as discussion goes, members will speak with leave of the chair. You can do that by raising your hand using the raise hand function. The materials for the work session will be provided electronically, either through screen share, email, or posted on the committee materials page before the meeting or soon after if it's from someone else. When it comes time for the vote, we must have a quorum present, which is at least 7 members, including a senator. In order to be counted as present, your identity must be visually verifiable on the Zoom screen. So you will need to have your video on to vote. And let's go around and introduce ourselves again.
Good afternoon. My name is Valerie Geiger. I'm representative for District 93, Rockland and Alsed.
Good afternoon. I'm John Andrews, representing District 73 in Western Maine, Buckfield, Hebron, and Paris.
Hey everybody, I'm Sarah Pebworth. I represent House District 133, which includes Brooksville, Brooklyn, Blue Hill, Castine, Sedgwick, and Surrey.
Good afternoon. I'm Representative Amanda Collmore. I represent House District 106, Pittsfield, Clinton, and Detroit.
I'm Senator Scott Searway, and I represent District 16, which covers Waterville, Winslow, Fairfield, Benton, Albion, Clinton, and Unity Township.
I'm Representative Jack Ducharme, House District 111, representing the beautiful town of Solon, Norridgewock, and Madison.
Representative Austin?
Hey, can you hear me?
Can.
Let me just introduce myself quickly. Sue Austin, representing Gray, Raymond, Casco, and Oliver Allen, and I'll get off one of these sets.
Sounds like Representative Austin is at a stadium. I'm Representative.
Oh, give me.
I'm Representative Tavis Hassenfuss, representing House District 81, which is Winthrop, Reedfield, and North Monmouth.
Representative Kyle Bailey, House District 27, part of Gorham, a small part of North Scarborough.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sue Bernard. I represent District 149, and that's Caribou, New Sweden, and Westmanland.
And again, I'm Representative Tiffany Roberts, your House Chair, representing House District 6, which is most of North and South Berwick.
And good afternoon. I am Senator Chip Curry, your Senate Chair, representing the 26 rural, coastal, and island communities of Waldo County.
And then we have our clerk, Ms. Jody Breton, and our analyst, Ms. Rachel Olson. So as most committee members are aware, we have a few bills that are very similar that we decided to work all together. So that being said, I'm now going to open the work session for both LD 149, LD 612, and LD 1131. What we'll do is have Ms. Olson run through the analysis of the 3 of them. And we can have some discussion, call people forward we'd like to hear from, caucus, and then circle back and figure out what we want to do with 3 of them. Representative Austin, do you have a question?
I want to apologize. I've been sort of technically challenged in the last 24 hours. And so I kept jumping back and forth to be sure I had coverage. And that's why you got the auditorium. This is the Austin, I'm reporting from the Austin Auditorium in downtown Greater Gray, and I will now behave myself. Thank you very much.
Okay, so Ms. Olson.
Okay, good afternoon. Before I get started, I did have a request that came through Ms. Breton. If I could show the committee again how to navigate to the electronic LD file. So with your leave, I'll start with that, Representative Roberts. And then if there is a preference on which bills you'd like me to talk about first, please let me know. Otherwise, I'll just go in numerical order.
That would be fine.
All right. So I did send everything in. Hopefully it's in, well, it's going to be in 3 places as it's been uploaded to the electronic LD file. It was the bill analyses with the links to documents was emailed out to the committee, and I'll be screen sharing as well. To get to the electronic LD files, and I'm going to do this blindly and hope that it works. I know that there were some glitches yesterday. So you'll click on committees and you'll want to locate the IDEA committee by using the drop-down menu. And then once you're here, and I hope this is going to work today and not have a glitch, you're going to click on committee materials and committee meeting materials by LD, and then find the LD. So we're going to start with 149. And then fingers crossed, when you click electronic committee LD file, that should take you to the page. And in this case, it's not a great example because it's going to open to the page, which will have all of the LDs that were heard on that day. In this case, LD 149 pops up. But if that's not the one you were looking for, you might think that you're in the wrong spot, but you just want to scroll down and you'll see another one. I realize it does get a little hidden, but if you're, for example, looking for LD 730, you could click on the drop down arrow and it will close 149 and open, in this case, 730. The other way to find this would be, in case that wasn't working, and I do know that there were problems yesterday, you'd start again on the home page and you could go to the calendar. You could also go through the calendar for ideas specifically. And you need to remember or try to find the day that the public hearing was heard. But this one I can show you because we did one just on Tuesday. So you'd go to the public hearing date. So 11/31 we heard on Tuesday. And once you're on the calendar, if you were looking, so we heard LD 11/31, and I would click on this icon, which is the document icon, and that will take you to the same spot. And you'll notice 804 is open on the top. But if you were looking for 11/31, you'd go find it and click the down arrow. And then to help find the information that I've sent you, you can sort by clicking on name. If you just click it on twice, it'll bring up all the info I submit is at OPLA, and this will bring up everything kind of on top of each other.
I kind of lost you when I got to the whole list of LD numbers.
Sure.
And I went to LD 149 and it comes up LD 149 electronic committee LD.
Yep.
Well, what do you click on there?
So that's a hyperlink. So click on that.
Okay. Says no bills found on for. Says it's not even on there. Huh.
Sorry,
No.
Senator Steer, without seeing your screen, I'm not exactly sure what you were seeing or where you were.
Well,
LD 149, I believe, was heard on, so if you wanted to go to the calendar, the public hearing was on March 23rd. So if you went to March 23rd on the calendar,
oh, okay.
you could locate it and then click on the arrow. I've also emailed to your legislative email just after we took a break, the bill analysis as a PDF, which you should be, everyone should hopefully be able to open. And I will have it here on the screen as well.
Oh, good.
And I'll make it big. Okay. So I'm going to start with LD 149. I'm going to go through the bill analysis, and a lot of the materials that are linked are for all three bills or related to the topic. LD 149 is an act to facilitate licensure for credentialed individuals from other jurisdictions. The bill summary, which is a little long, will walk us through it, and then I'll talk a little bit about some of the details. So as we heard during testimony, this bill implements some of the recommendations of Resolve 2019, Chapter 79, which directed the Commissioner of Professional and Financial Regulation to form a working group to assess barriers to professional licensure for skilled individuals with foreign credentials and licensees of other states who apply for Maine licensure. I have attached the resolve and the report that was given to the committee. And as a little background related to those two things, so the report was issued on March 3rd of 2020, which I believe was just less than 2 weeks before the shutdown. So the report allowed the IDEA committee to report out legislation based on that report and the recommendations within it. But as a result of the legislature's closing and not reconvening, or I should say it ended, and then things were carried over into a special session, or would have been, but the authority to enact legislation or report legislation out no longer applied because the session was over. And so that's where the work related to Resolve 2019, Chapter 79 ended. And so they've picked, that work has been picked up again with this LD. More about that is in the report that you have available. So this LD allows the Director of the Office of Professional and Occupational Regulation within the Department of Professional and Financial Regulation to exercise discretionary authority after consultation with licensing entities to waive documentation requirements for licensure submitted by applicants educated in or with relevant experience or licensure in other jurisdictions, including other states, United States territories, foreign nations, and foreign administrative divisions, as long as the waiver does not reduce the requisite standards of proficiency for the licensed profession or occupation. It allows the director to exercise discretionary authority to waive examination fees and license fees for applicants for licensure educated in or with relevant experience or licensure in other jurisdictions, including other states, United States territories, foreign nations, and foreign administrative divisions. It also allows the office or a licensing board or commission within the office to grant provisional licenses to applicants educated in or with relevant experience or licensure in other jurisdictions. Again, repeating, other states, United States territories, foreign nations, and foreign administrative divisions. It also gives the director rulemaking authority to implement these discretionary authorities. It provides the director with the authority to adopt rules to define the term jurisdiction for licensing purposes to mean a state, a United States territory, a foreign nation, or a foreign administrative division that issues a license or credential. And that is rulemaking authority granted under Title V, which follows the traditional rulemaking process of developing the rules and holding a public hearing. It provides the director with the authority to accept funds from the federal government from any political subdivision of the state or from any individual, foundation, or corporation to expend those funds for purposes consistent with the purposes of the Maine Revised Statutes, Title 10, Section 8003, which is the section governing the Department of Professional and Financial Regulation, and to provide grants to non-governmental entities for purposes consistent with that law. It also develops a process for licensure by endorsement for United States license holders who meet certain criteria. And I'll note that that's United States. The bill actually addresses two different groups throughout its sections. So I listed the testimony, the individuals who provided testimony as in comparing the three bills before you. You will note that there are individuals who testified in favor for all three bills, some who testified in favor for one and against another. If I was to summarize, not to say that everyone felt the same way, but if you were to take the big picture, almost everyone who spoke was in favor of some type of change that is being addressed by these bills, but not necessarily in favor of the way in which the change would be undertaken. In this case, for LD 149, speaking neither for nor against, you had, and I'll mention this down below, but Donald Dosty from the Maine Society of Land Surveyors, who spoke neither for nor against, and actually submitted recommended language changes in his testimony, and Nick Murray from the Maine Policy Institute, and their testimony is included in the electronic LD file. And they're linked here. In terms of amendments, as I mentioned, Don Dosty from Maine Society of Land Surveyors had a few small changes that he recommended to the committee, and then Representative Andrews shared an amendment with the committee via email yesterday. And those are the amendments that I'm aware of at this point and have authority to share. And I don't think I need to mention this because it was said, but LD 612 and 1131 have similar goals, but a different approach, although those bills do not address foreign trained skilled workers, to note. This one did have a fiscal impact, a preliminary fiscal impact note. At this time, as it is written, no fiscal note is required. Of course, any changes would probably trigger some type of fiscal note, even if it was to say there was no impact. The current fiscal detail and notes are that in order to implement the requirements of this legislation, the costs can be absorbed within existing budgeted resources. And there's minor additional revenue that may be expected. And those are, again, just estimates at this point. I've included the statutes that are being amended, which we could kind of take a look at, but it's helpful to get the full picture of where these changes fall within the statutory structure. So we're looking at Title 10, which is Commerce and Trade, Part 9, which is the Department of Professional and Financial Regulation, Chapter 901. Again, that's the Department of Professional and Financial Regulation. And we're in Section 8003, Departmental Organization and Duties. And I've included the relevant sections that are being amended, which is subsections 2A and 5A. So you can see the entire picture. And I did highlight in particular the sections that are addressed in the bill for you to pull from. So I have included a lot of information that the committee was interested in across the three bills. And you will see some of these, some information is repeated on the bill analyses. In particular for this LD, the resolve in the report, and again, this LD comes out of the recommendations that were in the report that was given to the committee in 2020. And then from that report, I've actually pulled a couple of documents related to requests or questions that came up during the public hearing. So in particular, one of the questions is, so who does this apply to? And this is part, my link's not working.
I think I might have to stop screen sharing to get my links, which I forgot about and did not pull up separately. I do see that Representative Pebworth has a question. So while if you give me a moment, I can open the document, but I'm happy to try to answer that at the same time.
I was just going to say that my links, I couldn't open any of the links in that section.
That's odd. Okay. Every single document is uploaded separately to the electronic LD file as well. And I think there might, if you're on it, I've heard rumor that potentially if it's a Mac, it might have trouble with the links, but you don't have to disclose what your laptop is. I walked us through it, so I think I can probably get back if I can remember. Guess it's my turn for a technological glitch. Senator Searway has a question.
Yeah, I just, so was there any other amendments on the other two, or was that just the way they are? I mean, I know you said there was amendment for 149.
Yes, I do not have any other amendments
Okay,
at this time
all right. Thank you.
for the others. Yes.
Representative Andrews?
I was just gonna have a follow-up here. if
Oh,
possible.
go ahead, Senator Zerway.
But it sounded like you were just gonna bring up Representative Andrews to just make comments. And that'd be okay. That's what I was gonna ask. All right.
Okay, Representative Andrews.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just curious if Ms. Olson could walk us through my amendment either now or after the three bills have been done together. Just not sure what the process was. Thank you.
Yes, I'm not on mute, sorry. If the committee would like to consider or review Representative Andrews' amendment, I'm happy to do that. Okay. There we go. Okay, let's see if it works. Okay, I'm gonna come back on screen share and see if I can. Okay, all right, let's see if this works. I'm gonna go back and forth from the pages to pull up the documents. So I think one of the questions the committee had during, and again, this is across the three different work sessions, although this one is particularly related to LD 149, the list of OPOR licensing boards and programs. So what type of occupations or professions would fall under the statute or the proposed language. So I do have that here, so you can kind of see the groups of individuals, professions and occupations that would fall within OPOR.
Senator Searway?
My hand, I forgot to take it down. I didn't see it there, that's all.
Okay.
I'll take it out of there. Yeah.
A couple people have asked questions about the fees. And actually this was noted today, the fees established under the department. So those are established by rule according to statute. And this was referenced in the report and in Commissioner Head's testimony. And you can see through this document the different types of charges. I mean, some of them are not for licensing. They're related to like getting a permit to do electrical work. But if you were to follow, you could kind of see the length of time and then the fee. And it'll note if it's good for, again, more than 1 year, 2 years, or something like that. So you can get a feel for what the fees are for each of the professions and occupations that fall within the department. And as I said, there are just a couple of other things that are not directly related, like establishing like businesses.
Representative Geiger?
you, Madam Chair. I just have a request, Ms. Olson. If we're going to pull up things, could you just enlarge it? It's impossible for me to follow, to read the lines of the things you're putting up.
So I'll just go back. So again, this is a rule from 2019, Department of Professional and Financial Regulations rulemaking to establish fees. Commissioner Head spoke about this over the past couple of days. The department went through a rule change to reassess the fees that are a part of license examination and administering licenses and certificates. And so this walks through these changes, so you can get a feel for how much it costs for different types of licensure or certification. And this is quite long because again, it covers all the various professions. You know, we've had an American Sign Language interpreting bill before us here. Of course, some of this may be changed by that, but you can kind of see the different fees. And then it also details that, again, the type of professions or occupations that are regulated within the office. So this is here for, again, just for your review. I think I don't think anything is above 300 for an individual license. I think 275 might be the highest. And then of course you can see that there are some fees of $15, $20, kind of a range. These are all, as they mentioned, dedicated revenue that go to supporting the functioning of the board or commission. And I believe are as a part just based off of the work the board does, the number of people that are licensed and the requirements. And then there was a question on the average time it takes for someone to get, this one is small, to get a license. This looks at a comparison between 2018 and 2019. Again, in the report and mentioned during the testimony where the changes were made to try to speed up the process and to look for deficiencies in the process. So you can kind of see, so just 2018 is the average in red and 2019's average is in blue. And again, you can see the different professions or occupations and then the average days to licensure across the board. So blue represents the more recent trend in 2019. 2020 data, I think we'd all acknowledge might be flawed because of the pandemic. So not typical, but that's what I mean by flawed is not typical. So looking at 18 and 19, so you can see there are some that were longer, between 180 and 200 days. Although, for example, certified alcohol and drug counselors down to 100 in 2019, so 100 days. So this, I know there were questions about, so how long does it take? And there were cases that do take longer, but these are sort of the averages for professions. Again, this was included in the report that the department gave based off of the resolve in 2019. So that's what I have specifically related to this bill that addresses some of the questions that were asked during the public hearing. There is a lot of information. There's more that we can talk about. And again, some of this overlaps with LD 612 and 1131 in terms of information. I will answer questions on this and at your direction move on to 612 and 1131.
Senator Curry. You're muted.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a question regarding just logistics here. I'm in the electronic file and I'm looking for this document, the one you have up in front. What is that titled? Because I'm seeing all the other documents, but I'm not catching this one.
Oh, the bill analysis?
Yeah, where the bill analysis, is it just called bill analysis? I don't see it with the other ones.
You know what? I'm sorry. That's my mistake, Senator Curry. I was meant to upload it during the break, but I was actually putting together the material for 374, and I remembered to email it, but not upload it to the testimony
I will look in my email.
portal,
Thank you. I will
which
look in
I'm
my
happy
email.
to do. So again, it's a lot of places to put documents to remember. So my mistake on that, to the whole committee, that the actual bill analysis is only in your email.
And
which
that
I
went
can
out at the
certainly
break.
fix.
So we'll
It
look for
did.
the latest email from you. Thank you very much.
Representative Andrews.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could we please walk through my amendment for 149?
Can we just make sure there is no other questions from the committee on this text of this bill as she just went through it? Seeing none, okay. We can move on to the amendment, Ms. Olson.
Okay. Okay, so Representative Andrews shared this with me and asked me to send it out to the committee. I can just talk about the changes that are made just briefly. So in section 3, in the section here where it says, as long as the waiver does not reduce the requisite standards of proficiency, for the licensed profession or occupation, has been struck from that section. Sorry, I don't want to miss anything by scrolling too quickly. And then when we get down into the section on licensure by endorsement, which is section 10. So again, remember the bill has multiple parts. So these early sections, starting with section 3, are related not necessarily specifically to foreign and skilled individuals, but include foreign skilled individuals as well as other applicants from other states. Licensure by endorsement in section 10 is refers only to those licensed in another jurisdiction of the United States. And the amendment removes the section that requires the other jurisdiction to have substantially equivalent license requirements for the licensed profession or occupation, as long as. So it removes that. It keeps the as long as, so it keeps good standing as defined here in subsection 1. And then adds the applicant has held the license with a similar scope of practice as determined by the office in the other jurisdiction for at least 1 year. And then defines scope of practice to mean the procedures, actions, processes, and work that a person may perform under an occupational license. So it is removing the substantially equivalent requirement and essentially replacing it with the requirement of a similar scope of practice, and that work must have been done for 1 year. So that's the addition there. And then I believe that that's the last substantive change. It's just renumbered to reflect that. And so that's what is happening in this amendment.
Okay. If there are no questions from the committee at this point, if we'd like to move on to go through 612, Ms. Olson. Oh, Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Andrews, I wondered if you could just explain to me why you would wish to strip language from 8003-8 licensure. Why would you want to strip maintain substantially equivalent license requirements? So you're wanting us to be held to whatever state has the lowest requirements? Is that the intention here?
Well, the intention is substantially equivalent is extremely broad, and it would take a lot of workload for DPFR staff to figure that out. I think scope of work with 1 year in good standing makes that process a lot easier. If a plumber from Wisconsin wants to move to Maine and he's been in good standing for 2 years, why shouldn't he be able to do so with minimal red tape?
if there are no other questions, we will have the opportunity to call the commissioner up as well. Ms. Olson, are you prepared to move through 6:12 and then 11:31 so we can kind of go through them all and then we can call people up for questioning?
I am.
Okay, thank you. Yep, Representative Collmore. We can't hear you.
Sorry about that, thank you. Before we do that though, there was another amendment proposed to 149 that I'd like to see as well from, was it the land surveying gentleman? You had mentioned it, Ms. Olson, in your review that there were two amendments, Representative Andrews and then the other one whose name is totally gone out of my head.
It's Don Dosty from the Maine Society of Land Surveyors. Yeah, I have that if the committee would like to take a look.
Yeah, we can run through it.
Okay. I had this one a little bit more in advance. So I've taken a little bit of a look at it. This one is, I think if I can remember, to summarize the testimony.
Blow that up a little bit.
Yes, Mr. Dosty was concerned about the requirements being lowered for land surveyors. The requirements to be licensed for land surveyors, he indicated, were quite high, and noted that the difference between land surveying in a Western state and in a New England state are quite different because of the rules surrounding land and how land was developed historically. So there's sort of two different sets of land rules. And so he had some concern around the board losing some power or authority over the decision-making when it comes to this licensing that's being proposed. And so there's, I think, two things going on. So here in section 3, again, talking about a discretionary authority to waive on a case-by-case basis the documentation requirements for licensure submitted by these individuals. Again, it does read as long as the waiver does not reduce the requisite standards of proficiency. And he suggested adding for those encountering hardship through no fault of their own. I'll note I would have to run this by the legal office to see what that actually might mean. It's possibly too vague. I don't know. So again, I'd have to have someone in my office review that language. And I'm not exactly sure why he included it in the amendment. He repeats that in section 4 and then also adds and only after consultation with and approval from the licensing board, commission, or personnel administering a regulatory function of the office. So he adds this language, which isn't, I'm sorry, this is from his document, so it kind of goes over, but this language right here is very similar to the language in section 3 over here after discretionary authority, this after consultation with the appropriate licensing board, commission, or personnel administering a regulatory function of the office. This phrase is not in section 4 after discretionary authority. So if the committee wanted to add that, my recommendation would just be to use the same format that's used above to have consistency as the language is mirrored in the two. But that is not currently included in the section 4, and that's related to fees, I believe. And then when we get down to sections 8 and 9, so these are referring to subsection 5-A, paragraph D. He's added with the exception of licensing land surveyors here and the section about only after consultation with and approval from the licensing board. And I would just note that this section, 8003 subsection 5-A, I'm actually just going to pop back. The introductory phrase for that section is the office, board, or commission may. So the power to do those is already granted by the introductory phrase to D. So I am not sure if that language would actually be necessary because the power is already held by the office, board, or commission. So again, I'd have to review that, and that may not have been clear because if you look at the bill, you'll note that it only has 5 and 6. It doesn't actually contain this portion of the statute. So it just might not have been clear that the power was held by the office, board, or commission. So those are, the last change is under 3 for fee. Or excuse me, it's not, it's a separate paragraph, my apologies. It says the office or a licensing board or commission within the office must require an applicant to pass a jurisprudence exam if such an exam is required to be passed for licensure. The original word here in the bill is may. So must would require every board or commission who has an exam required already to require this person to take it, rather than giving each board or commission the authority to choose whether or not that board or commission wanted to require that exam.
Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Ms. Olson, this is an amendment made by a member of the Land Survey Board, not the commissioner, putting in a change to the bill that will require every board, not just the Land Survey Board, to require an applicant to pass an exam if such an exam is part of the licensing. Do I have that right?
Yes, I'll make just a technical correction. I believe that Don Dosty is a lawyer for the Maine Society of Land Surveyors. I don't believe he represents the Board of Surveyors. I would have to review that. I believe he speaks for the professional society within the state.
Okay.
But you are correct in that the change with the word must here would apply to all office licensing boards or commissions within OPOR. And that's in the section on licensure for endorsement. So for those people who are coming from another jurisdiction of the United States who have a substantially equivalent license and meet these other components. So it changes it from being up to the boards to being required.
Representative Collmore.
Thank you very much. Ms. Olson, I had a question. The reason I wanted you to go over this was because of the language up at the top that said the hardship piece.
Yes.
And I wondered if we could try to get some clarification on that, because I don't understand what that is and what the purpose behind that is. Madam Chair, do we have the ability? I don't know if he's in the attendee list because of the share screen. But could we ask Mr. Dosty in just to find out what that was supposed to mean?
I don't believe Mr. Dosty is with us today. I don't see him.
His name is on the.
Oh, he is. I'm sorry, he is. I'm sorry, I was on the panelist list.
Okay, what I would like to do, Representative Collmore, is have Ms. Olson run through all 3 bills, and then we can call up questions, which is the purpose of having a work session for all 3 at the same time.
Right, I'm just looking for a clarification just on this part so I understand it before we move on to the other ones, so I can keep this in mind in consideration while we're doing the others.
Right, I understand that, but for procedural, so we can keep everything together and start calling people up after, instead of calling people up and going back to analysis, which is why we agreed to kind of work these all together.
Okay, then I'll move forward with, so I'll note I did 1 bill analysis for LD 612 and LD 1131 as the bills are duplicates of each other. And I'm new, as many of you know. I've been told that that's not actually common to have duplicates, but just something about the way things were done this year, duplicates did come out. So I'm sorry, I don't know much more about that or why they are, but
Ms. Olson, typically the revisor's office would match up duplicates, and the first sponsor to submit it would be the lead sponsor, and the second person would be a mandatory co-sponsor, and only 1 bill would come out like that, but they did not do that this time around.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And that is why I chose to move forward with a joint one, but I did indicate where information may have varied from the different public hearings. So LD 612 is titled An Act to Recognize Occupational Licenses and Certifications from Other States. Sorry, screen got stuck. To attract new residents and businesses to Maine. And LD 1131 is titled An Act to Allow Reciprocity for Licensed Workers from Out of State. So the summary for both bills is that the bill creates a framework for the various government agencies, boards, departments, and other governmental entities that regulate and issue licenses within the state to offer a path to certification or licensure in Maine to persons who hold occupational credentials from other states in order to allow those persons to more quickly qualify to work within their occupations or professions in Maine. So I'll just, I did break out the testimony that was given, although some testimony submitted in one place did reference one or the other of the bills that we're working today. And as I noted, some people submitted testimony to all three and were in favor of all three or in favor of one and not another. So you might see some of the names repeated. Again, all that testimony is available to you on the electronic LD file. I did note a couple of technical problems or potential issues that come up when looking at this bill. And so I'll just run through these. I'm happy to talk a little bit more about them. And again, these are just, again, I just want to mention possible things of note that we could explore if the committee was interested. The first one is that as it's currently written, this bill falls within Title 32, which is Professions and Occupations. It creates a new chapter within it. So although it falls within Title 32, the scope of the bill can be interpreted broadly to include professions and occupations that are regulated outside of Title 32. And I would say connected to that is that the definitions used within the proposed statute do not clearly identify the scope of certifications, occupations, licenses, and certifications that are included. For example, the term voluntary government certification, which is defined as voluntary, and a private certification, are not clear what is included within those definitions. This was brought up, this has been brought up to me in a couple of other legal reviews. The use of the word person rather than individual. Person can include corporations. Again, this is a minor thing. If we move forward with this bill, the recommendation would be to change the word person to individual. And that's just a really legal technical thing, although certainly person is used throughout older statutes. It was noted, and I think that it's a little unclear, but potentially the provisions within this bill may create barriers or restrictions for some occupations or professions that already have reciprocity compacts or endorsement provisions in place. By potentially superseding them or creating restrictions that are more restrictive than what might currently be in place. Again, just for some occupations or professions. This also came up, we actually heard a little bit about the process this morning around appeals related to the denial of a license or suspension or revocation. This, as it's outlined here, and this was noted in testimony as well, and it's written to provide the person with a written decision regarding their application within 60 days. 60 days may be too prescriptive and not account for the time necessary to review certain types of criteria or to seek additional information. And as it's written, if a board denies an occupational license or government certification under the both of the proposed bills, the person may file an appeal, which would take it right to the courts. The more general process, and one that's seen in this similar laws in other states and that's currently in practice in our state, is an intermediary step of a hearing. And that's missing from this piece of legislation. There's a $100 fee within this. We looked at fees just briefly. that doesn't necessarily align with many professional license or certification fees that are already in statute. And in some cases, it may not, it was noted it may not be enough to cover the costs of the program. And then there's some questions around the authority of the department is to protect public safety. So there are some concerns related around issuing a license to someone based solely on work experience. But again, that's something the committee can certainly consider. There were only two really specific requests for information, although I've certainly listened to the many questions to individuals to compile some more. I sent out a copy of the Arizona law. This was frequently referenced as the law that this is, I'm not sure if modeled on is the right term, but is based on or is similar to. I believe the Arizona law in 2019 was one of the first universal licensing laws within the nation. There have been others. I've attached the Arizona law, and it should be noted, and obviously they're not exact, but if you were to take a look at both LD 612 or 1131, that section 18602, which is the occupational license and government certification, has very similar requirements to the Arizona statute. So when they're saying that they're based on that, I think you would find that the basis between the bills in front of you and the Arizona law is in section 18602. The committee also requested more information specifically about the process of teacher certification for out-of-state applicants. I sent that out in an email in advance. It's also been uploaded to the electronic LD file. I just, as I mentioned above, it's possible that this bill would cover certifications such as teachers that are outside of Title 32. I believe we heard from Dan Allen regarding that on Tuesday. So these are currently under the authority of a different statute in a different committee, but I did include that. There is a licensure, it's not, I can, hold on, let me open that so I'm not, a lot of information for me to think about here. I'm gonna stop screen sharing just so I can pull that open. I do apologize for the links not functioning like I had thought they would this morning or afternoon, as the case may be. So for teacher certification, there are in the state of Maine over 150 different endorsements for teachers. And each endorsement does require some differentiation in the requirements to receive certification, a certificate. Those can be anything from administration, education specialist teachers, and career and technical education teachers as well. So each one has their own. I linked an example of one that I'm familiar with so that you can kind of get a feel for what the requirements would be. The Maine DOE has 3 pathways to certification in Maine, and the third one is relevant to out-of-state applicants. So I will note that for out-of-state applicants, the process is based on something called the Interstate Agreement, which is arranged by the National Association of State Directors of Teacher Education and Certification. It's a collection of over 50 individual agreements by states and Canadian provinces. But these are individual agreements, so it's not a blanket agreement across all of those more than 50 individuals. So each state can actually, who's a part of this agreement, can also set their own jurisdictional requirements. In Maine, the jurisdictional requirements for an out-of-state applicant are in brief that you have to have taught for 5 of the last 7 years under the teaching endorsement being sought in Maine, that you've graduated from any state-approved teacher education program, have a valid certificate in the endorsement being sought, and then you may qualify for professional certification in Maine. If you graduated from a state-approved teacher education program and have a valid certificate in the endorsement being sought, you might be eligible for a conditional certificate. So this without the 5 of the 7 years. And if you didn't attend an approved program, it'll be reviewed and they'll do a transcript analysis to determine if your education and experience has met the requirements for being issued a teaching certificate. So that's how you might become a teacher from out of state. So it largely depends on your own background to the profession. And it does address this idea of being certified as a professional certification, a conditional certification. So there are 2 kind of versions of that. On a conditional one, you would work towards your professional certification. So you might have the opportunity to be teaching, but have to make up requirements that you're missing. And again, I just wanted to mention that when I supplied this information, the reason I pursued it for the committee is because as it's written, 612 and 1131 don't specify that these licensing requirements only apply to professions licensed or regulated under Title 32. Therefore, as it's currently written, it could apply to occupations and professions outside of Title 32, such as teaching. The only exception that's contained in those bills is for occupations regulated by the Supreme Judicial Court.
Any questions for Ms. Olson?
And then I guess the last thing that I have for the committee to consider before I finish is I did have my, as it was mentioned in a lot of the testimony, and there were questions particularly about the Arizona law, but it was mentioned that at least 11 other states have laws that are similar in nature. So I did have the researcher in my office pull together a side-by-side comparison of universal licensure by state. That compares a couple of the different components of universal licensure. And you can find that here. So it takes a look at who did the laws apply to. We've talked about this shall clause before, shall do versus may do or must do. If there are any experience requirements, whether the law requires you to have a similar scope of practice or practice level, or whether it requires equal or substantially equal requirements. If there are any other additional required examinations that an individual might need to take, like the jurisprudence exams that were mentioned and are included in 612 and 1131 in section 18606. Whether the universal license recognition law has any exceptions or exemptions for already existing reciprocity or compacts, and whether or not you must be a resident of the state in order to qualify for this recognition. And I'll just, because it was asked earlier, I think by Representative potentially Geiger, I think, forgive me if I'm wrong, there was a question around the Representative Andrews amendment about scope of practice and substantially equivalent. And if you just kind of look, I can't speak to the specifics of all of them, but it feels that if you're missing substantially equivalent, they have included scope of practice or a practice level, although some don't specify. So if they don't include substantial equivalency, they might include scope of practice or vice versa. But in some cases, it's not specified. And so this goes through all the different states that have laws on the books currently, or that are being currently enacted. I believe that there are 15. And then my researcher gave you a quick snapshot at the bottom of some of the highlights of the chart. There's a lot here. This I'm happy to answer more questions about as well.
Are there any questions from Ms. Olson? Okay, seeing none. Thank you.
You are welcome. A lot of information.
Can we, Ms. Breton, can we bring Commissioner Head in? I believe that she spoke at the first person to start with to answer questions regarding all of these that people may have. Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
If I could just start off here, I know that you have stated your preference to regarding these three bills being LD 149. We have just have two suggested amendments put before us for it. I'm wondering if you can give your feedback on that as to what they would do and where you kind of stand on that, on each of them.
Sure, I'd be happy to. The first two amendments submitted by Representative Andrews would eliminate all of the licensing board's discretion that they currently have today to make reasoned decisions about applicants for licensure. So basically that guts 149 in terms of endorsement, licensure by endorsement. So I would reject those amendments out of hand, because the whole point of 149 is to fashion licensure by endorsement just for the board's internal to go for. In terms of the Dosty amendments, we did speak with Mr. Dosty after he provided his testimony on 149. I have not seen the amendments that were submitted to your analyst. I really don't want to, I don't know when the amendment was submitted. We didn't receive it. I would like to review it before I make a comment. But I have seen Representative Andrews' amendments, and I cannot accept them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
I'll just answer that. They are, he submitted it through his testimony, so it's in the testimony section.
Thank you.
Yes.
Committee members have questions for Commissioner Head. Seeing none. Oh, no. Davis, Representative Hassenfuss, you had a real hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Head, I have a few questions for you. So I'll just ask one at a time and let other people step in. But one question is, I noticed, and I don't know if you were able to see that bar graph that was showing the time that it takes for different boards to issue licenses. And it's concerning that some of those are, well past 60 days, some are even well past 90 days. How is this bill going to address that concern?
There are two parts to this answer. First of all, the bar graph that you saw in the report was based on 2018 and the comparison of 2018 to 2019. Every profession that's listed on that bar graph takes a different level of effort in terms of the application review, depending on the licensing statute and the requirements for that profession. So if you're looking for consistency in that bar graph, that will not ever be the case. There are just certain professions whose applicants will be asked for a different level of information in order to make sure they satisfy qualifications. Let me give you an example. The profession of physical therapy is a very straightforward review process. People these days have a doctorate in physical therapy. They come from an accredited school. There are very few other requirements. So reviewing that kind of application is very fast. But as we know, with mental health professionals who apply for license, And we have just we just had an occasion to look carefully at the counselor's board and its statute and its application history. The more different license types within a board structure, and there are 8 different kinds of licenses there. The applicants come from many different undergraduate and postgraduate programs. There's no standard way of submitting information that can be quickly reviewed by the licensing staff. So that is, especially with conditional licenses, that's like a double process. You go through the conditional, you take an exam, you apply for a full license, and that may take 2 to 4 years of supervised experience in the field. So the numbers, I know everyone wants to reduce them, as do I, but to compare them is just not a reasonable way to see if things are going well. Would I like to have a 2-week or a month's turnaround? Absolutely. I can tell you in terms of the counselor's program, we have 2 limited term positions being approved through our budget process. We hope to have those financial orders signed and available to us to add 2 more staff members at a high level to assist the staff in reviewing those applications more quickly. I have totally forgotten the second part of the question, so if someone could remind me, I'd really appreciate it. I think the question was, why are these numbers so high? I think over time, I can tell you perfectly well that 2020, if that was on this bar graph, you would not see improvement. What we did see from 18 to 19 was improvement. So I think that it may not be the kind of presentation that this committee is looking for. Basically, this is a referendum on the office itself and its processes and its licensing boards. And so we continually make improvements, but I can't tell you that 2020 didn't really do a number on our numbers. So we're trying to recover from that. Thank you.
And I certainly understand that the pandemic years made it harder for everybody. The second part of my question was, how is this bill going to help reduce those numbers, and what can we do through the legislative process to try and reduce those numbers? And in particular, I'm wondering about the provisional licenses and the licenses by endorsement to see if those may kind of require a little bit less than the full licensure that can speed them up and get them working while they're, in the process of being fully licensed.
Thank you. Let's start with licensure by endorsement. I think there was a comment made recently that a person coming into Maine who has practiced in another state for 30 years in the mental health sector would have to provide transcripts to validate their experience. I have to say that that is not the case. This bill and the licensure by endorsement provision says basically, if you have a license in another state and the requirements in the other state for that license are substantially similar, and you show us your disciplinary record, if everything checks out, that license application can be turned around within 2 weeks. That's what licensure by endorsement is supposed to do. Now, we have had other provisions in place in our statutes called either reciprocity or licensure by examination. It all boils down to license by endorsement. But we don't look at scope of practice. Scope of practice is set by each state that licenses a profession. What we look at is, how do you get that license to practice? What are the qualifications that you need to show to your home state? That's what we look at. Now that shouldn't take as long as the numbers that you're looking at in the bar graph should not take that long. So what we see now, certain licensing boards already have licensure by endorsement, but there's not a consistency across all licensing boards right now, and they don't have consistent rules. One example I'll give to you is the counseling profession. In order to get a license by endorsement, you have to show that you've been in practice in the other state for 5 years. That's a rule. I don't know why it's there. I do believe that the counseling board is considering removing that part of their rule so that people can come in more quickly from another state. So that's what this bill reflects, a reasonable, measured, consistent requirement across the licensing boards. In terms of provisional licensing, that is a provision that is directed toward the first part of the bill for foreign trained and educated professionals that come to the United States, and they may start their journey toward employment, but they still have to have a license if they're in a licensed profession. So that provisional license, once established through rule by either the director or a licensing board, would allow someone to be provisionally licensed because they have some requirements already set, that they've already satisfied. But it will allow them to work until they succeed in satisfying whatever they don't have when they first come to us. That's what we call a provisional license. It is not authority in the director alone. Licensing boards have the same authority to make those decisions. So in essence, they're two different concepts. One applies to foreign trained, and licensure by endorsement applies to out-of-state licensees that come to Maine.
Okay, Representative Geiger, and the chair would just point out to members that obviously we have a lot of material in front of us, so if we can just make sure that we try to keep our discussion framed on the text of the bills in front of us, that would help us move through this quicker. Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Head, so when I look at the 2018, 2019, the 2018 is consistently much longer waits on average in every category. I understand why each category would be different, but consistently across the board, the waits are much longer compared to 2019. So I can understand why your department spent 2 years working on LD 149, because clearly 2018 shows a problem across the board. But 2019 is prior to LD 149. What do you credit such improvement in the number in terms of each line? The next year, 2019, has consistently got a shorter wait, not in comparison to each profession, but in comparison to itself in the prior year.
I think once we started working on the result of LD 1841 that produced the report, we looked at each profession's application process and started taking things out of it that we did not need. it's not an easy task because everything that we do is in a board statute or rule. So rulemaking does make a difference. I can't say that it has happened in every part of that bar graph. I can't tell you specifically what made the difference. I think it was the focus on our office by the legislature saying to us, we need this faster. We need lower fees. We need foreign trained individuals to come into the state and be employed. We need military veterans to make sure their spouses are taken care of by your office. So I think the legislature has told us within the past 2 years, this is what we want to see happen. And this is the result, a bill that we think will work to reduce application review times. We have no interest in holding people up, but I can tell you that in the research that we've done just in the past couple of days since the public hearing, the biggest problem that I see is that applications are filed, and this goes a lot across all professions, is the incomplete application. The minute that happens, we can predict that the length of that process is going to be at least double what it would have taken for the complete application to be approved. So we are now investigating why the incomplete applications occur so often. And I'm sure part of that is due to our online system that may need to be clarified in terms of giving guidance to the applicant. Some people are very adept at the electronic process, others aren't. But we have right now, today, a process where applicants can save their documents that they need to show if they're just coming out of grad school.
Commissioner Head?
Yes.
Yes. Can we kind of pivot back onto the bill text itself?
Sure.
Thank you.
I'll wait for the next question then.
Okay. Representative Ducharme.
Thank you, Chairman, Madam Chairman. My question is, I kind of back up to 30,000 feet just to make sure I'm right or I'm on the right track. It seems like the goal of these bills, whether it be 149, 162, or 1131, is to streamline the ability for people to move into our state and be able to go to work. And yet we're talking about, it seems like when I look at some of these charts, particularly that the one with the pending to licensure, that's more, that it looks to me like that's more from the time they started applying for a license to when they're licensed. It would seem like we're conflating two things: original licensure with the transference of licensure or certification from another jurisdiction. And it just seems like we're stuck in the weeds of, are they foreign born or are they coming in from another state? And it seems like we just need to get to a point where people can come to the state of Maine and there's kind of a streamlined process for them to transfer already obtained licenses, as long as they're safe for people of Maine. Am I reading that right? Or I guess I don't understand that piece of it.
Well, let me explain it this way. Every foreign trained applicants are going to come to the state with a totally different background. Mm-hmm. There's not one process that's going to serve them. We have created one to serve them. It is different from people coming from other states. They already have a background, a licensing record, and a disciplinary record to show. So that's another process. The third process is folks that are just coming out of professional programs. They have the duty to provide to the state the documentation that will show that they have knowledge, skill, professional conduct, and an understanding of why they get a license. So all of this equates to the state of Maine trying to make sure that licensing boards have appropriate authority to make those reasonable decisions. I think that's what we're doing. I don't think we need a broad bill like the other two. We've already done a lot of the work, and that work continues. So this is not it's a process. And I would like to be able to continue that without having licensing board discretion taken away. They are in the best position to make those decisions on applications. Yes, the staff does help them, but ultimately it is their decision. And I think they do an excellent job.
Representative Collmore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify, something Representative Ducharme said, I guess made me rethink the chart that we saw from Ms. Olson. That chart that we saw, was that just the time that it takes for anybody to get a license, or was that specifically for people coming into the state? Because what I'm interested in is the time that it takes somebody who's already licensed in another state and these bills' ability to address that length and not the original licensure. So
Understood.
could you help clarify that for me?
Yes. Yes. The graph that you saw in the report is just that. From initial submission of a piece of paper to issuance of the license. That's what that graph showed. The research that I've been doing in the last day and a half separates out-of-state licensees from everybody else. If they have a state license, that's what I'm looking at in terms of our research. We can see a decrease in incomplete submissions of an application when there is a state license already there. I can share that with you. It's not in complete form, but that's what the provision, licensure by endorsement, is intended to do, to standardize through rule how those out-of-state licensees can come in to the state quickly. I can't give you any kind of I would be happy to complete this research, but I can tell you that it's looking like the license in another state is a big factor in reducing the amount of turnaround time. They're complete applications.
Representative
Thanks.
Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've always seen 149 and 612 as two separate animals, and you kind of alluded to that point a few minutes ago. I see 149 as, all the testimony was international transition and new Mainers, and that's a great bill in itself. But I think 612 had support from the Chamber of Commerce, Maine Health, Northern Light for telehealth, Associated General Contractors, Associated Builders, manufacturers, and the Maine Jobs Council. Those are all folks who are stuck into our workforce development. I mean, they're for the bill. And I agree with you, in its current form, it is broad. I think if we added, some kind of a metric where it meets or exceeds Maine requirements, and we could also exempt those with national credentialing standards, as well as exempt public safety and EMS. I think that would tailor it to what the people who are for it want. And I think keeping them in separate silos would make the whole issue a lot less confusing for folks. It's just my 2 cents.
Are there any additional questions for the commissioner? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Hanging around just in case. Representative Andrews, is your hand up again or still up?
Put it down, thanks.
Okay. Are there any committee members that would like to call anyone else from the attendee list in for questions at this point? Representative Collmore.
Yes, I'd like to hear the intent behind that language in that amendment for 149.
Ms. Breton, can you bring Mr. Dusty in, please? Good afternoon, Mr. Dusty.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman.
I see Representative Andrews has his hand up. Right?
Several people I'd like to invite in after Mr. Dotsie speaks.
Okay. Representative Collmore, did you?
Yes, Mr. Dosty, I was just trying to understand the intent behind the hardship language that you included in your amendment. And if you could clarify that for me, because it seems kind of broad and I'm not exactly sure where it's going.
Sure. First of all, I'd like to clarify, I'm not a lawyer. I'm a land surveyor, and I'm the president of Maine Society of Land Surveyors. I'm a land surveyor. In conversations with our lobbyist, Dan Bernia, who had a conversation with Karen Bivens, she's the administrative assistant to the Board of Licensure for Professional Land Surveyors, it had come out that the word hardship needed to be included in the bill. And so it was that reason that I added the language of hardship. And it was spoken in the context of, if we have a refugee from a foreign country whose country is persecuting that individual and they do not have access to records, then, you know, that's a hardship. And if it's a refugee that's been approved by immigration, they've already proven hardship. But this was my attempt to bring hardship into the language of the bill. And not being a lawyer, I probably hacked it quite a bad.
Any further questions for Mr. Dosty?
Just one more. Well, it's maybe Mr. Dosty and Ms. Olson. With that language, because I know that we have to be really careful legally with how the language is done, I'm curious if, as the bill is currently written, because it gives that leniency with the mays, that's already part of it without actually saying hardship, or if that should be included.
I'll answer this, and I'll also apologize to Mr. Dosty. My mistake. I'm also not a lawyer, so I'll just go ahead and throw that out there for the committee. They've heard me say that before. To sort of answer your question, Representative Collmore, if the committee would like to make that more, would like to include language around hardship in these sections, you know, we should not flesh the language out in work session. Rather, I would take the idea back and figure out how we would want to phrase that. I believe if it was written as it is or in a similar way, that it might require that the discretionary authority only apply to those who have a hardship, and then would exclude other situations that aren't related to that type of hardship. So but if we didn't include it, I think the rulemaking, that discretionary authority can include it, but also includes other situations.
Okay,
But
thank
again,
you, Ms. Olson.
so
That was
depending
what I
on
was
how
concerned about, was that it would exclude the other situations that we're trying to address, and I want to avoid that. So thank you.
Representative Austin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Darcy, thank you for being with us. I guess I've got two thoughts. Can you remind us, you mentioned Maine as a colonial state, and how did you thought that worthy enough to mention it? And can you integrate how that would have affected, I guess you were talking about people coming from away and gaining their credential. Can you do a little tiny briefer on that?
Sure. Colonial state, there were 13 colonial states. And when land was portioned in those 13 states, it was title driven based on common law from England. And so meets and bounds description. So many feet to a spotted tree, so many direction and feet to a stone wall, following the stone wall land of Smith, that sort of thing. Public land system was, they started investigating using a public land system when Ohio was broken off from New York by Thomas Jefferson to try to introduce a rectangular measurement system. And a lot of the Western states use that. So there are some different rules and regulations and following evidentiary rules in how you look at the evidence you find in the field. What do you hold? What do you not hold? So there's a big difference between a surveyor in California and in Maine. That's what I was referring to when I said we are a colonial state. And I also mentioned we're very similar to New Hampshire and Massachusetts. You know.
Okay. So we, present day, we still do we do both? Do you still do the colonial plus try to apply public, or you?
So incidentally, I do work on some large projects throughout the eastern United States. So I have some familiarity with the public land system. Mm-hmm. And when we do an ALTA and SPS land title survey for large commercial projects, we have to provide a proposed legal description, which is still a meets and bounds description.
Mm.
Yeah. And these could be thousands of acres. So
Wow.
there's a lot of legal technicalities when you're preparing a deed description to make sure an accurate description of the land is being transferred.
Absolutely. Now, is it also, did you bring up the jurisprudence? Is that, who brought up the jurisprudence? Didn't they add that to? No? Another amendment? Am I getting mixed up?
Not sure.
I see a smiling laugh. I won't put you on the spot then. I thank you very much. That's really, I appreciate hearing. That's quite fascinating. I knew that you'd made it for a reason, and you did. So thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Collmore, did you have a follow-up for Mr. Dostie?
Yes, that reminded me, Representative Austin's line of questioning reminded me why the amendment had included the exemption of land surveyors. But if I remember correctly, in your testimony, you said that you would be okay with that not being included now, understanding the language as after the testimony of Commissioner Head. Was that correct? Do I remember that correctly?
That is correct. And I have to apologize, not having ever been on the board itself. I'm not familiar with all the processes involved with reviewing applicants and who does the review. And it makes common sense that the administrative assistant's doing all that work and then presents it to the board and say, we have these individuals that would like to sit for the exam, and the board approves it. And I also, if I could at this moment, the word must, I recognize that it impacts too many other occupations. And it just brings to my mind the fact that land surveyors may not be appropriately underneath this bill entirely, because we are a unique profession. It takes a long time to get a license, and we have to make sure we do it right so we can continue to protect the general public from bad surveying.
Thank you, Mr. Dostie. Ms. Breton, can you call on Representative Cloutier now as the sponsor of 149?
Hi, can you all hear me?
Can hear you. We can barely see you.
I know, sorry. I'm in the State House in an office, and I can't really control the light behind me. So I just wanted to say a couple things. One, I think Mr. Dostie just touched on it, and that is that the amendments, I think, that are being proposed by Representative Andrews really kind of gut the intent of 149 in the sense that this is the one bill that kind of lowers barriers, but also makes sure that we're not becoming the lowest denominator state in terms of licensing and credentialing, and maintains consumer protections and quality across the board. So that's one point I wanted to make. The second point I wanted to make is that, so I would not be in favor of these amendments. Secondly, I wanted to just say that there was reference made to, maybe needing 2 vehicles, one for interstate transition and one for international transition. And I'm not sure why we need 2 vehicles to do something that one bill does and is doing. And then lastly, there was reference made to testimony that was given on all these different bills. And I'd also just wanted to point out that a lot of the folks that were named who gave testimony on 612 also gave testimony in support of 149 and for both the interstate and international pieces. So I think if you go back and look at the testimony, you'll see that those weren't directed necessarily at just one bill, but maybe at all of them.
Does the committee have any questions for Representative Cloutier? Okay, seeing none.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else the committee would like to call in? Representative Anders.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to invite in Connor Norris from the Niche Center for Occupational Licensing at St. Francis University to speak on 612 and answer any general questions on occupational licensing reciprocity you might have.
Who was that again? I'm looking at the.
Connor Norris.
Okay, I see right here. Ms. Breton, can you let Mr. Norris in? Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Norris.
Everyone hear me?
Yes.
All right.
Representative Anders.
I was fortunate enough to read an opinion editorial in the Sun Journal penned by Mr. Norris and Professor Timmons from St. Francis a couple Sundays ago. And I was just hoping he could touch on what he wrote about LD 612 for the committee.
All right. Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me to speak today about occupational licensing. I'll continue the trend. I'm also not a lawyer. I'm an economist, so I can speak about the effects of laws, but I can't really get into the nitty-gritty of how to write these and specific provisions. The main takeaways from my comments are basically that Maine has a shortage of skilled professionals and tradespeople, like most states in the country do. So it's important to try to reduce these arbitrary barriers for potential new residents, removing the barriers that don't actually help protect consumers while keeping the barriers that do protect consumers in place. Research shows that occupational licensing laws restrict mobility between states, so reduces it by about 7%, they found. And that's because you have to go through the process of becoming licensed again. When Arizona passed universal recognition in 2019, within that first year, 1,200 new professionals entered the state and began practicing through that legislation. Currently, that number is up to about 3,000, according to estimates from the Goldwater Institute. Something that you guys have mentioned earlier during this panel is that Maine would not be going out on a limb by recognizing licenses from other states. Arizona was the first to pass in 2019, and we've seen 15 to 16 states passing some form of universal recognition. Mississippi actually passed universal recognition about a week and a half ago, signed it into law. But Maine would be one of the first states in New England to pass universal recognition, and one of the few on the East Coast. So they'd be one of the leaders in the country and helping make it easier for people to move to the state. Again, Maine has the oldest population in the nation, and the median age of residents is near retirement. According to estimates, there's going to be about 158,000 open jobs in the next 5 years because of these people retiring and leaving the labor force. So it's really important to try to make sure that we're able to bring new workers into Maine, allow people to move there easier, especially as we're now recovering, or as we will be recovering from the economic fallout due to COVID-19. Removing the barriers to allow people to move into states, into new locations is very important to help fuel that recovery. One of the things about universal recognition is that it treats occupational licenses like a driver's license. So you're accepting the training and experience that professionals are getting in other states, and you're making it easier for them to come in and practice. So what your goal is, and what I heard most of you talking about, is how to balance the protection of consumers, making sure that they're receiving high quality services, while also removing some of the unnecessary barriers that are making it difficult for people to move into the state. Now, if you guys have any specific questions for me about the effects of occupational licensing, or some of the comparisons or the effects we've seen in places like Arizona, I'll be more than happy to answer those questions for you.
Mr. Norris, I have a couple of follow-up questions.
Sure.
Sorry, what did you say your background was?
I am an economist.
You're an economist. I did, when Representative Andrews sent out your op-ed, to look up some of your work, and was a little disturbed. I'm wondering if you can explain your references to referring to professional licenses that are similar to driver's licenses.
Yes, I don't mean that the occupational license itself is like a driver's license. What I meant is that universal recognition treats it like a driver's license insofar as you're trusting other states, their testing regimen, their education requirements, and the experience that they build up in those states. So rather than forcing someone to begin all over again, you're, like I said, you're accepting their relevant experience. Of course, after the boards make sure that they have been practicing for several years, they've been doing so without complaints, without having their license removed, or other punishments from the board for low quality or illegal practices.
Okay, in your analysis, we have 3 bills before us today. Have you read 149 and 1131 as well?
I've read 149 and I skimmed 1131 while you guys were talking about it.
And your thoughts?
I think all 3 of the bills are good. I can't, due to the nature of my position within our center, take official positions for or against, but I think all 3 of the aims of all 3 of these pieces of legislation are very good. The idea to try to remove the unnecessary barriers to make it easier for people to move into the state and begin practicing. You guys focused earlier for a little bit about the application time it takes, and I was really excited about the focus you guys had on trying to reduce that amount of time. And I see all 3 pieces of these legislation, all 3 of these bills that have been proposed that you're talking about, take some steps in order to reduce that time and make it easier.
Okay, just a point of clarification. So you aren't endorsing 612?
That's right, I cannot endorse any of these.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions for Mr. Norris? Okay, thank you for joining us this afternoon, for your patience.
All right, thank you. I appreciate this.
Do committee members have anyone else they would like to call in for questions? Representative Searway. I'm Representative Searway. My brain's going. I should have a bigger lunch.
Yeah, really. Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just wondering, I've been thinking about this, and I'm more in favor of the original 149, and I was just wondering if Representative Andrews, if he'd be willing to go towards the original compared to the amendment piece. Just asking Mr. Andrews if that's okay.
I'm not ready to make a decision at this time.
All right, thank you.
Is there any further discussion on these bills right now between committee members, or do we feel that we're at a point where we need to go caucus?
I have to raise my hand.
Representative Andrews.
Thank you. I'd just like to get a feel for the room on the thought of splitting the bills, making 149 strictly immigration, international transition, and new Mainers, and then taking 612 and making that state to state, trying to tailor it, like I said, where it meets or exceeds Maine requirements. It exempts those with national credentialing standards and also exempts public safety and EMS.
I'm not sure I could speak for other committee members, but I can say that personally, I believe that a lot of work has been put behind 149, and it's the department's bill that they worked on, and they would know this is their wheelhouse. I believe that we should stick with what they have put before us and what they've put a lot of work behind. I lost track. Senator Searway. Then
yeah, I
Geiger.
I think I'd like to just caucus. I mean, that's a thought, Representative Andrews. But I'd like to caucus with our group and discuss it, and then we'll come back and figure out what we can do.
Keep your hands up if you'd like to make another comment, or lower them if you want to go to caucus. Representative Hassenfuss.
I'll make a comment just because, in fairness, I'm always, sort of asking the same question that Representative Andrews did to everybody. And my thought is that I'm really uncomfortable with the shall language of the bills that aren't 149, because I think that the boards in the state of Maine do a lot of really good work, that they are the experts in knowing what requirements education and work experience and testing should be and what ones they can kind of let slide. And I think that we need to allow them to analyze them on a case-by-case basis. But I certainly share the concern and the intent behind the other two bills, in that if you're coming from another state, that Maine really should do everything it can to allow your license or your certification to apply here, and only in the situations where it thinks that it really just doesn't fit, ask you to do more. And I think 149 does address that and can further address that in the rulemaking process. And I think that the rulemaking process of 149 is where I hope that all of the interested persons in these bills will express themselves, that we need to make it as easy as possible for interstate certifications and what have you. So that's where I am at this point.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to do Representative Andrews the courtesy of replying to his question to us all. So I want to say I like the amendments that you're proposing to your own bill, but I have a lot of trouble with the sections around establishing a Maine-based license or certification based on work history alone in another state and based on a private certification. And so for that reason, I can't get behind what you're doing, but I think it's very clear the Commissioner Head has heard us, that we need to do better with people coming, particularly from other states. We need to do it faster. I like the fact that I saw a change from 2018 to 2019. And my expectation is we would see a further improvement in LD 149. And if we don't, I have no doubt the IDEA Committee will be back with more bills to fix that, but I think they're on notice now. We need to do better, but I can't go as far as you wish to.
Senator Searway. Oh, you're all set? Okay, it is 2:53 now. Let's take a 5-minute biological break, and parties can caucus in 5, and we'll meet back here at, what do we think? 10 past? Thumbs up, thumbs down, more or less?
Up a little, 15, 10.
Quarter past 3?
Yes.
Sound good to everyone? Okay. Make sure you mute yourselves and shut your cameras off.
Anybody want some popcorn?
Love it.
I could eat it 3 times a day. I love it.
I may or may not have just eaten a whole maple whoopie pie.
No judgment. This is judgment-free zone.
Like, I need sugar.
In other words, you may be falling asleep in about half an hour.
Don't you have some sons who will be enjoying birthday cakes later today?
They are at my mother's, an hour away. Yep. I figured I'd let her have this one. I've had the last 20 of them. She's in the high risk, so they quarantined so they could go see her. And
So are they 21-year-old twins?
yes.
Wow.
So I tell Representative McDonald, I'm like, there is hope. You can live through it.
Both my sisters have twin boys. And yeah, it is hold on to your hats.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we have 3:16. So can we call Commissioner Head back in, Ms. Breton? I believe Senator Searway has a question. Welcome back, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioner Head. Just had a couple questions. There's a couple that we thought was important, and one was just the first section of that amendment, just matching up with the rulemaking. It just seemed like it cleared up some things more than it did make any really big impact. What do you think on that part?
Are we talking about 149?
Yes. Yeah.
I'm not sure exactly what your question is, but I look at the rulemaking provision as the appropriate public process that the legislature has put in place in the APA statute that allows members of the public to weigh in on the rules that may be proposed to create the continuity and the standardization as we work toward a standard for licensure by endorsement. Is that the section you're referring to?
I guess I'll have to ask Amanda Collmore, because she was kind of thinking on that. So maybe she can put some input on that.
Representative Collmore, did you have a question for the commissioner?
Yeah, Senator Searway, if I am understanding your question correctly, are you asking about Mr. Dosty's amendment language that would bring the language throughout the bill?
Yes.
Okay, so in section 3, subsection 2A, it says to exercise discretionary authority after consultation with the appropriate licensing board, commission, or personnel administering the regulatory function of the office. He had wanted that to be added to section 4, subsection 2A as well, so that was consistent, and we agree that that would be a good way to do that. And Ms. Olson had said that his exact amendment should be actually reflected the same exact way that paragraph O was done, and we were hoping that you were also okay with that carrying through from section 3 to section 4.
And that section 4 is the waiver of exam fees for foreign trained applicants.
Yes, and the current bill says to exercise discretionary authority to waive examination fees.
he had asked that there would be language in there consistent with section 3 that says after consultation with appropriate licensing boards.
I would be fine with that.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely, yes.
So there are any other questions for the commissioner?
And just the other piece, Madam Chair, was there was one little section we wanted to add yes, no, or more information within a 60-day period. So just to keep the ball moving. And I don't know if we can possibly put that in somewhere, just because even if they just ask for more information, it's fine, but at least the applicant or whatever would know there's still movement going on. And I think that's reasonable.
Again, this, are we talking about 149 or are we talking about another bill? I am confused.
We're trying to keep in 149 right now.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. If that were put into 149, that would apply to every licensing program in the office. And I believe that there is no reason to do that because of the difference in the kinds of applicants, the kinds of applications that come in the door. It's just not helpful. I think I have heard, so I guess that answers the question. I don't believe that would be helpful, no.
So, I mean, we're just looking at, even if it's requesting more information or anything, you don't think it would be?
You know, if this bill turns out not to do what I think it will, or what this committee thinks it will do, I would certainly entertain that later. But I would like to see if we can make progress under the bill as it's drafted. I am, you know, I understand what you're trying to do and I appreciate it. I really do. But those deadlines don't necessarily work the way you think they are going to work. So I think instead of that, you know, if we can leave it alone, just in this bill, I will report back to the committee periodically to let you know what is happening in the Office of Professional and Occupational Regulation. And, you know, I understand that this is a bill that needs to go somewhere or not, but I think the way it's drafted is appropriate and I think it will be successful. Thanks.
So would it be okay to stick with at least that first part, the amendment on the match, that section that Representative Collmore mentioned? That'd be okay, right?
Again, I am not clear.
Okay.
So
if Rachel, maybe Rachel can help me.
Yeah, Ms. Olson?
Sure, yes. I believe Representative Collmore, correct me if I have also misinterpreted this. In Mr. Dosty's suggestions, one of his suggestions, if we're looking at the bill, Commissioner Head, do you have a copy in front of you?
I've got like 12 copies and I can't put my hands on one single one. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I somehow my desk is also not big enough.
Can you put that one up on the screen?
Yes. I can put the bill up. Yes. Just a moment.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
No, that's just also pull up the right file. I have too many windows open. It's the right answer to that. I need 7 screens just in case. I mean, that wouldn't help. I'd still be all over the place, but okay.
I don't know if you guys can tell I talk to myself when I move things around on the computer.
I appreciate your patience, Commissioner.
And it's my fault.
Okay.
All right.
So if, and I have it on paper in front of me, so let me just, in section 3 of the bill, it says to exercise discretionary authority after consultation with the appropriate licensing board, commission, or personnel administering a regulatory function of the office. So you have that language in section 3, and this is related to waive on a case-by-case basis the documentation requirements.
Correct.
The suggestion was to use this language in
Yes.
section 4, again, I think right following discretionary authority. So it would read to exercise discretionary authority after consultation with the appropriate licensing board, commission, or personnel administering a regulatory function of the office to waive examination fees and license fees.
I would
that
be
was
fine
the
with that.
suggestion.
That would be appropriate.
And Representative Colmore, was I correct in that?
Yes, Ms. Olson, that's correct.
Thank you.
And you had said it wasn't needed in section 10 because of the preceding paragraph that we couldn't see.
Yeah, that is my understanding of reading the bill, is that the introductory paragraph, that's actually saying that it is the authority, it's the office, board, or commission may, and then it's section 7, 8, and 9 all fall within that. So the office, board, or commission may grant inactive status, may delegate to the staff the authority, may exercise discretionary authority. So that's the office, board, or commissions. That's what's being granted in these.
Okay, thank you.
The power is held by them.
Thank you, Ms. Olson.
You're welcome.
Representative Deschamps, did you have a question for the commissioner while we have her here, or?
My question was actually for Ms. Olson. I don't remember if we had talked about any reaction from looking at the Arizona law, if the increase in speed caused them any problems or anything like that.
I don't have specific data on the implementation of the Arizona law. It went into, it was enacted, I believe, in 2019. And so I don't know how much data they truly have available to pull out. And I don't have any specific information about its success, effectiveness, or any other problems. So I don't have that.
Senator Curry. You're muted.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering if we are getting close to being ready for a motion and a motion to ought to pass LD 149 as just proposed to be as amended, like the amendment that Commissioner had spoke about. I'm ready to make a motion if others are ready, but I don't want to cut off discussion if we're not ready.
I'm ready.
Motion's been made. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, second. Any further discussion? Okay, Ms. Breton, can you call the roll? Oh, sorry. Representative Andrews.
Can you go over that amendment just one more time briefly?
Yeah, yes, I can. If, Representative Roberts, if that's what you prefer.
Yes, that's
okay. I realized I was not on mute. So the amendment was just to add, I'm popping the screen on. The amendment was to add this language that's highlighted to section 4 regarding the examination fees. So to require the consultation with appropriate licensing boards,
commissions or the personnel administering the regulatory function of the office before waiving examination fees and license fees for applicants for licensure educated in or with relevant experience or licensure in other jurisdictions, which include states, U.S. territories, foreign nations, and foreign administrative divisions. So that's just to bring this highlighted phrase right here.
Thank you, Ms. Olson.
You're welcome.
Okay, a motion's been made and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Breton, can you call the roll? Oh, Representative Collmore.
Thank you. I just wanted to quickly revisit this 60-day thing that we had brought up, that Senator Searway tried to explain what we were thinking behind it. And I actually drafted up some language that I think that would still meet the needs and the goal of what this legislation is trying to do, but also help ensure that we are telling the boards and the commission how really important we think it is that these things are expedited as quickly as they can be done. And so what I was looking to helpfully add to this amendment wasn't just that one little section, which I think is important to add, but I also wanted to add to this amendment that the office or licensing board or commission within the office shall respond to the applicant within 60 days of the receipt of a completed application with an affirmative, negative, or a request for more information in writing. So that we're ensuring that we feel that it's very important that these boards and commissions understand how important it is that if you already hold a good license in another state, that it's easier for them to come in to our state because we do have a lot of openings coming.
Okay, Representative Collmore, discussion is around the motion at hand, which is ought to pass as amended with Senator Searway's amendment in section 4. Senator Curry.
If Senator or Representative Collmore was recommending that as a friendly amendment, I'm going to decline that and suggest that if she wants to make sure that's in, she can vote down this bill and have a separate report that includes both amendments. I support this amendment and for inclusion in the of this statement. But I'm hearing from the commissioner that it would not be appropriate for all boards, and I will accept her on her charge to watch this closely and hear a report back of whether this moves the dial. So I'm going to decline the friendly amendment, the inferred friendly amendment I heard. So
Representative Pepperth.
There's been some discussion of issues that it might behoove us to send a letter to the department so that these sort of side issues are being conveyed, which I think through the public hearing and this work session they have been, but to have that in writing might be helpful. The other thing that might be helpful, and I know it's late for this, but an explanation of what rulemaking consists of, because I know with different departments, they're on different deadlines and timelines, and saying 60 days may in fact increase the time that some people wait to hear back.
I'm sure Ms. Olson can provide us with that. The chair would suggest that we have 2 other bills that could be added on to if we would vote, so we can take a vote on the motion at hand. Senator Searway.
Yeah, I mean, that wouldn't be a bad idea, just write what our concerns were to add to this. I mean, we don't have to put it in the bill itself, but to have a letter from our committee expressing what we think should be looked at and maybe added later at a later time, if it can fit in.
Senator Curry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Searway, I wanted to respond to that. If you think that can get a greater majority, we always like to see a strong message from the committee. I'm open to that as a friendly amendment to charge Ms. Olson with drafting a letter expressing our desire to that timely responsiveness to I think I'll try to get her. I'll ask her to write something that sounds eloquent about what that captures this discussion, and that gets conveyed to the licensing boards. I'm willing to include that in this amendment.
Senator Sarah, would you like to second amend your second to your second?
Yes, I'd second that.
Representative Bernard.
Thank you very much, Chair Roberts. I just want to thank Representative Pebworth for coming up with something that I think is going to help move the needle. I also think the discussion that we had with Commissioner Head won't be forgotten. I think she's hearing from us that we have a sense of urgency here. That was what we want to convey, both I think in the LD, but even if it's not written in the LD and we just add it as a letter. And I think we need to hold her to her word that she will come back and speak, and be able to report to our committee that this is happening in a timely manner. And if it isn't, then we can come back with another piece of legislation. But from what was said just now, I am definitely on board.
Senator Curry? No? Representative Bernard, you all set? Okay. Okay, seeing no more hands up. Ms. Breton, can you take the roll, please?
So I have an ought to pass as amended with a letter. Motion made by Senator Curry, seconded by Senator Searway. Representative Geiger.
Yes.
Representative Geiger, yes. Representative Andrews?
No.
Representative Andrews, no. Representative Pebworth?
Yes.
Representative Pebworth, yes. Representative Collmore?
Sorry. No.
Representative Collmore, no. Senator Lucchini is absent. Senator Searway?
Yes.
Senator Searway, yes. Representative Ducharme?
No.
Representative Ducharme, no. Representative Austin?
Yes.
Representative Austin, yes. Representative Hassenfuss?
Yes.
Representative Hassenfuss, yes. Representative Bailey?
Yes.
Representative Bailey, yes. Representative Bernard?
Yes.
Representative Bernard, yes. Representative Roberts?
Yes.
Representative Roberts, yes. Senator Curry?
Yes.
Senator Curry, yes. So we have 10 in the affirmative, 2 in the negative, 1 absent. The 2 in the negative, what would your amendment, what would yours be, Representative Collmore and Representative, Andrews?
I think you have 3 in the negative.
Yeah.
3 in the
Representative
negative.
Ducharme as well. I would say ought to pass as amended, adopting the 60-day shall language put forth by Representative Collmore, if she would agree with that.
I would agree with that, yes.
Okay.
I would agree with that as well.
All right, so we'll have 2 amendments. 1 ought to pass with the letter and 1 ought to pass with the 60-day in it.
Can we make sure the numbers are correct
2,
on the vote?
6, 7, 8, 9 affirmative, 3 in the negative, 1 absent.
And Jody, I just wanted to stipulate that you got 60 days shall, not just 60, please.
Actually, if I could.
On language review.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, and for those with the minority report, if we could just walk through the requirement. I was a little unclear during the discussion on to what section of the bill or the whole bill to where you would like the 60-day
notice to apply.
Ms. Olson, I was looking at the bill, and at the end, there's those 2 paragraphs that fall after the fee line.
Yes.
And I'd like to add a paragraph in whichever order you feel makes the most sense that would include that segment of the office or a licensing board or commission within the office shall respond to an applicant within 60 days. So that means if it happens less, that it's okay if it happens less. Within 60 days of the receipt of a complete application with an affirmative, negative, or a request for more information response in writing. And however you feel is best for legal purposes of that language to be represented, but that is the intent.
Okay, and I just want to make sure that we're all understanding this. So by adding it to that portion, that would only apply to people who are seeking licensure by endorsement. And again, that's just for people who are licensed in another state who are coming or jurisdiction of the United States and coming to Maine with substantial equivalence and good standing, no cause for denial, pays the fee, and may have to take the jurisprudence exam. So that would only apply to people who are seeking licensure by endorsement. So not people being licensed under other provisions.
So license, if I remember correctly from Commissioner Head, licensure by endorsement was people who already have licenses in other states or jurisdictions and are trying to come to Maine. And that is what I was looking for, yes.
I just want to make sure that that's what was the correct understanding and the correct place that you would like.
Yes, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, is that everything that you need, Ms. Olson?
I believe it is, yes, thank you.
So with that, the work session on LD 149 is now closed. We still have LD 612 and LD 1131. I'll open that up for discussion or a motion. Senator Curry?
I will, no, thank you. Sorry.
Representative Andrews?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would make a motion that we combine 612 and 1131. We add language for meets or exceeds Maine requirements. We exempt those with national credentialing standards, and we also exempt public safety and EMS licensing for an ought to pass.
I'll second it.
Ms. Olson, do you need clarification on combine?
I'm not.
My intention was because they were identical bills.
Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm not actually sure what the proper procedure is.
The proper procedure is one would be adopted and one would typically be voted down. I run into it with my own bill that got voted down. That was an identical one.
That's what we've had to do in the past.
Yeah, so there's not, unfortunately, there's no real combining.
So we could choose the committee, Representative Andrews, who made the motion, could choose one of them to
I will
amend.
The combination of 612 and 1131 and just go with an auto pass for 612 with the language that I added. That makes sense.
It does. I will need you to repeat the language again. Just
Certainly.
a bit slower for me.
Sorry, adding language for credentials to meet or exceed Maine requirements. Exempt those with national credentialing standards and exempt public safety and emergency medical service credentials.
There's a motion for 612 on the table. Is there a second?
I believe Representative Ducharme seconded. Do we need a second one?
Okay. Okay. Is there any further discussion? Representative Bernard.
I just want to make sure that before we go ahead and call for a vote, that we could have a maybe 10-minute caucus, please.
Okay, 3:55, everybody back on.
Thank you.
Looks like we have just about everybody back. I don't know if Representative Austin is with us.
Maybe your chair's leaning too far back. I don't know.
Oh, there's- Okay, welcome back, everyone. When we took our break, we had a motion on the table for LD 612 ought to pass as amended, moved by Representative Andrews and seconded by Representative Ducharme. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Breton, can you call the roll, please?
Yes. So ought to pass as amended, Representative Andrews, seconded by Representative Ducharme, Representative Geiger.
No.
Representative Geiger, no. Representative Andrews?
Yes.
Representative Andrews, yes. Representative Pebworth?
No.
Representative Pebworth, no. Representative Collmore?
Yes.
You are. Representative Collmore, yes. Senator Lucchini is absent. Senator Seaway?
No.
Senator Seaway, no. Representative Ducharme?
Yes.
Representative Ducharme, yes. Representative Austin?
No.
Representative Austin, no. Representative Hassenfuss?
No.
Representative Hassenfuss, no. Representative Bailey?
No.
Representative Bailey, no. Representative Bernard?
No.
Representative Bernard, no. Representative Roberts?
No.
Representative Roberts, no. Senator Curry?
No.
Senator Curry, no. So that's 3 in the affirmative, 9 in the negative. The motion fails.
I'd like to entertain another motion. Since this one failed.
We need a minority, or
No,
so it's just ought not to pass, correct? For 612, that we don't need to clarify that.
the motion failed, so another motion needs to be made.
Thank you very much. I move to ought not to pass on LD 612.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Senator Seaway. Any further discussion? Ms. Breton, can you call the roll?
They'll have an ought not to pass motion made by Senator Curry, seconded by Senator Seaway. Representative Geiger?
Yes.
Representative Geiger, yes. Representative Andrews?
No.
Representative Andrews, no. Representative Pebworth?
Yes.
Representative Pebworth, yes. Representative Collmore?
No.
Representative Collmore, no. Senator Lucchini is absent. Senator Seaway?
Yes.
Senator Seaway, yes. Representative Ducharme?
No.
Representative Ducharme, no. Representative Austin?
Yes.
Representative Austin, yes. Representative Hassenfuss?
Yes.
Representative Hassenfuss, yes. Representative Bailey?
Yes.
Representative Bailey, yes. Representative Bernard?
Yes.
Representative Bernard, yes. Representative Roberts?
Yes.
Representative Roberts, yes. Senator Curry?
Yes.
Senator Curry, yes. That's 9 in the affirmative, 3 in the negative. The minority report would be, I'm looking for Representative Collmore, Representative Ducharme.
Ought to pass as amended with my previous amendment for the failed motion.
And
I agree
Representative
with
Co-
that.
You do? And Representative Sharm?
I agree with that.
Okay, yeah, I just want to make sure you guys are all together here so that Rachel knows what to look for.
Ms. Olson, you're all set there?
If I could, for clarification, you wanted to, I'll speak to Representative Andrews, add that credentials must meet or exceed main requirements. Is that in all of the sections of the bill, the occupational license and government certification, those being licensed through work experience, private certification as well? So to apply it to all sections?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. And then you said to exempt national, could you repeat that? National credential standards?
Exempt organizations with national credentialing standards,
Okay, organizations.
as well as public safety and EMS.
Okay, thank you. That's helps. Thank you.
Okay. Senator Curry, did you have? Sure.
Is it appropriate to make the motion not to pass for LD
Not quite
1131?
Not
I'm too early. All right.
Right now, I'd like to close the work session on LD 612. That being said, we still have LD 1131 open, and I would entertain a motion or any discussion. Senator Curry.
I move to not to pass LD 1131.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Senator Seaway. Is there any further discussion? Ms. Breton, will you call the roll?
We have a not to pass motion made by Senator Curry, second by Senator Seaway. Representative Geiger.
Yes.
Representative Geiger, yes. Representative Andrews?
No.
Representative Andrews, no. Representative Pebworth?
Yes.
Representative Pebworth, yes. Representative Collmore?
Yes.
Representative Collmore, yes. Senator Lucchini is absent. Senator Seaway?
Yes.
Senator Seaway, yes. Representative Ducharme?
Yes.
Representative Ducharme, yes. Representative Austin?
Yes.
Representative Austin, yes. Representative Hassenfuss?
Yes.
Representative Hassenfuss, yes. Representative Bailey?
Yes.
Representative Bailey, yes. Representative Bernard?
Yes.
Representative Bernard, yes. Representative Roberts?
Yes.
Representative Roberts, yes. Senator Curry?
Yes.
Senator Curry, yes. So that's 11 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, and 1 absent. What would the minority report be, Representative Andrews?
Auto pass.
Just straight out to pass.
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay. With that, all votes now taken. The work session on LD 1131 is now closed. With that, I'm going to defer back to my Senate co-chair and see if you want to take up any other work today, or you'd like a motion.
Now that the easy work is done, I wanted to just return to the language review. I'm sorry, that was sarcasm, my attempted humor. Thank you, Representative Roberts. Can we return to LD 374? And this was the language review regarding, I think what was left was defining domestic violence, domestic partnership. And you had, I don't know, Ms. Olson, can you put up on the screen the text that you had earlier? I first just want to do a quick check with everybody, and there were 2 sections, if you recall, from 3 hours ago, that there was a bunch of technical aspects. We had to change the definitions, and we did that, or that was proposed. Did anyone have any concerns on those? And kind of the technical, moving things into definition of who was a qualified individual, defining that rather than long listing that in a long sentence.
Senator Curry?
Yes.
Regarding this language, I know that a couple of members, myself, have reached out to stakeholders and previous legislators who are well versed in this and are saying that there is a defined one definition in Maine law and have reached out to their attorneys in regards to that. So I would make a motion that we table this until we hear back to maybe simplify this whole process.
You think that we'll hear back that it's so the motion's been, I'm going to call the motion out of order only because you argued for it before the motion. So because we got to get good at this. One of the things that we're finding is that arguing for your motion and then making the motions a bit of a way to have the last say. So I will entertain a motion though. Would someone like to make a motion to table this so we get some feedback?
I'd like to make a motion that we table this so that we can get some feedback on the actual legal language surrounding domestic partners.
All right, thank you very much. Is there a second? I appreciate that. I did notice that in another committee where that's a little bit of a technique where you make your best argument and then say, and I motion to table it so no one else can argue against you afterward. So getting more sophisticated in all of this. Thank you all very much. So with that, it's been a long day and I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Do we have to vote on the tabling motion before we adjourn?
I think great point of order, Representative Collmore.
We almost got it.
Great point of order.
Yeah.
All those in favor of tabling, I think this can be a show of hands. Yeah, thank you. I think we have a show of hands there. Thank you very much. And I did see a motion to adjourn with Representative Roberts and I think Senator Searway seconding. All those in favor, show of hands again. Thank you all very much. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Okay.